start day 2 of this public inquiry. If I can sort out my microphone. Watch the recording today in terms of introduction. I hope my microphone's working.
See if you talk as well, that can cause a bit of...
I was going to advise people to keep it close to them, but I'm told if you get too close to the laptop, it actually causes some interference. So please do use the microphones, but don't get it too close. My name is David Bouillier. I'm a reporter within the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, or DPEA. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to conduct this inquiry and to report to them my findings and recommendation. The inquiry concerns an application by Scottish Hydroelectric Transmission plc for consent under Section 37 of the Electricity Act 1989 and deemed planning permission under Section 57(2) of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997 to install and keep installed a 13.3 kilometre double circuit 2.275 kilovolt overhead line from a proposed substation at Craigdhu to the existing Scottish Power Energy Networks 275 kV overhead line that runs from Dalmally to Inverarnan. We'll be filming these sessions in order to enhance public access to open and transparent discussions on planning and related casework. We use our best endeavours to ensure the public seating areas are not filmed. However, if you attend a public session, then it cannot be guaranteed that your image will not be recorded. Recordings are available on our video publication site for 12 weeks from the date the final decision is made. If you want to find that, if you search for DPEA TV, you'll find the site. And we are also broadcasting this live onto that site, so people who aren't here can watch it live as we go on. All of the daytime sessions this week will take the form of what's known as a hearing session, and I'll explain what that is in a little while. For now, I just need to point out that in accordance with the Code of Practice for handling inquiries under the Electricity Act and in the interests of fairness, only those who are seated around the table and who've registered to speak will be able to participate in the discussion. Contributions from elsewhere in the room will not be possible. We'll sit each day from 10 till around 5 p.m, mid-morning and mid-afternoon break, lunch for about an hour. Thursday evening session will start at 7 p.m. No fire drill planned for today, so you can either exit through the door on my left or from the way you came in. I think we've covered that bit. Before I ask those who are going to speak today to introduce themselves, the usual reminders to turn phones onto silent. Please make sure you use the microphone, but as I say, don't get it too close to your laptop. It's important from the point of view of audibility for those at the back of the hall, also so that the recording is picked up on the transmission. The audio sometimes doesn't work if you're not close enough. And also the camera uses the microphone to redirect itself to the speaker. So you do need to use your microphone when you're up to speak and press the button again when you stop speaking. Today's session will deal with policy matters. I think before I go any further, can I just ask the parties who intend to speak to introduce themselves, and we'll start with the applicants team, please.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good morning. My name is Marcus Mackay. I'm a King's Counsel at the Scottish Bar, and I'm instructed with Millen Junior Nick McAndrew by Helen Martin and Jim McMillan of SSE Legal. This morning, sir, the primary witness on planning policy is David Bell, who's an independent planning consultant. We may also hear from Mike Thompson, who appeared yesterday in relation to forestry matters. And there are two SSEN witnesses who may be able to contribute to energy-related matters. They are Sam Torrance, who's a Senior Regulation Manager. He's sitting immediately to my left. And Douglas Hill, who is a System Planning and Investment Portfolio Manager. And summary CVs for both Mr Hill and Mr Torrance can be provided if that would assist, sir. And Mr Hill sitting to the left of Mr McAndrew. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And for the Council.
Good morning, sir. My name is Maurice O'Carroll. I'm counsel at the Scottish Bar. Instructed by Susan Mayer, Legal Services of Argyll and Bute Council. I am today appearing again, as I did yesterday, alongside Mr. Ian Kelly, an independent planning consultant, and also I will have Councillor Green, councillor with the local authority, to give evidence today. Thank you.
Thank you. And for no more pylons.
Good morning, sir. I'm John Campbell, also of the Scottish Bar. I'm appearing for no more pylons in Dalmally, instructed by solicitors. I have Suzanne Anderson to my right, who is of the Community Council, and Dr. Chris Ford at the separate table, who is my policy witness today.
Excellent. Thank you. Just a couple of, well, first, there's nobody else who has registered to speak that I've forgotten about. No. A couple of preliminary matters. Thanks to the applicant, I now have directions to the substation, Inverarnan substation that we talked about yesterday, so I'll make sure I go and have a look at that. I've also got a clean copy of the conditions, as promised. That's conditions as agreed between the applicant and the council. I know Mr. Campbell and Ms. Anderson will want to have a look through those as well. I also need to have a proper look to make sure I'm content, I understand everything, and I don't think there's anything missing. But I wonder if we could, maybe by this time tomorrow, agree whether we need a session on Thursday. I'm quite happy to have a session. I suspect it'll be very short if we do have one, but if we don't need one at all, then even better.
I've been through them and I'm happy with them, but I want to go through them with them. I want to go through them with Miss Anderson before giving you the nod on that.
Thank you. That's great. Mr. Campbell, I understand you've also sent Mr. Mackay a copy of the video that your group would like to show me on the Thursday. Is that right? I know you were going to.
So thank you for raising that. I sent it to your office last night or yesterday evening, and also copied to my own friend. I say nothing about its weight or value for the moment, but it's part of the group's presentation. So it's really for you when it can be shown. If I may respectfully suggest, it could perhaps be shown in the evening session, as part of the evening session. It's 12 minutes long.
I've obviously not looked at it as yet. I don't know if you've had a chance, Mr. Mackay.
For some reason I didn't receive the email, but Mr. McAndrew did, so he's shown me edited highlights this morning, but I'll take instructions later today.
Fine.
Thank you.
There's no rush on that. Okay, so turning to item 1B on the agenda, which is explaining briefly for the benefit of anyone unfamiliar with the hearing session what it is that we'll be doing. Essentially, it's a roundtable discussion with a series of questions that I will lead. It may be that parties wish to raise questions of their own on items that I haven't highlighted on the agenda. Unless I think that they're straying into matters that are entirely irrelevant, I'll be quite happy to hear such additional questions and contributions. Unlike an inquiry session, there's no formal cross-examination of the participants by those of the opposing view, but that doesn't mean that people can't ask questions of each other. That's, again, as long as things are directed through me, I'll almost certainly be willing to permit those questions. Something not being on the agenda doesn't mean I don't consider it to be irrelevant. It may just be I think I have sufficient information on that topic, or it could be I've simply missed something, so don't feel you can't add something in, probably at the end in this sort of any other relevant matters section. If you think I've missed something that you think is important, please do that. And as I said yesterday, my role is to understand and also to test the parties' positions, so don't necessarily assume I've come to any conclusions one way or the other if I appear in my questions to be giving you a hard time, if you like. I certainly haven't reached any conclusions on anything yet. So bear that in mind. I want to get to the bottom of the strength of the respective arguments. Has anyone got any procedural questions before we kick off? Nope. And nothing else anyone wants to raise? No new matters? Nope. Okay, thank you. So if we move on to item 2, which is my summary of the parties' cases. Appreciate this is me whittling on for quite a long time, but I think it's helpful for those less familiar with the ins and outs of the case, those who are watching at home, those who are in the audience, to understand where the parties are coming from, and also for the parties to make sure that I understand, or appear to understand, their position. So I will read out my brief summary of where I think people's positions are, and if there's anything I've missed or anything I haven't quite understood or expressed correctly, please let me know. I was going to read out Ms Anderson's summary as though it was separate from NNP on the basis of representing the Community Council. I don't know whether that's actually the right way to do it. Are you here, Ms Anderson, as a member of NNP or as a representative of the Community Council? Or does it not really matter to you how I handle it? I've described. I'll describe it as Ms Anderson's views, and then we're covered either way. But I didn't want to credit it to the Community Council if that wasn't the official view of the Community Council. I don't know, but that's fine. I'll keep it as I've worded it. You'll see what I mean in a minute. But I'll start with the applicant's position. The UK government is legally committed to the delivery of a reduction in emissions to net zero by 2050. And its Energy White Paper of December 2020 confirms that electricity is a key enabler for the transition away from fossil fuels and decarbonising the economy by 2050. There's clear support for renewable energy generation in the UK government document Powering Up Britain, the Net Zero Growth Plan, which expresses support for accelerating renewable energy connection. The applicant regards No More Pylon's submissions about UK energy policy to be concerned with potential changes only. There is no draft policy as proposals are still at the consultation stages. REMA, for example, is stated to be the first step in the process towards a new set of electricity market arrangements. All options remain on the table. In any event, REMA recognises that it will remain the case that renewable resources are likely to locate where the requisite resources are plentiful and where they are likely to obtain consent. The clear policy position is that all existing schemes will continue. The applicant regards NNP's assumptions about future contracts for difference as unjustified, as no firm proposals for change have been finalised. And even if the changes NNP has referred to did ever come to be introduced, NNP has ignored the potential for generators to hedge against risk created by curtailment and/or centralised dispatch. The applicant's position is that no weight can be given to the proposed energy market changes. A climate emergency was declared in Scotland in 2019, and in March 2020, the Scottish Government brought in legislation that was more ambitious than the Climate Change Committee had recommended. The decarbonisation of heat and transport that will be needed to achieve these targets will require very substantial increases in renewable electricity generation by 2030. Scotland's performance to date on emissions reduction has fallen behind the needed trajectory and the level of reduction in carbon emissions that will be required to achieve the 2030 target. It will represent a near doubling of pre-2020 achievements. Scottish Government's Climate Change Plan Update, December 2020, confirms the need for a substantial increase in renewable generation, including onshore wind, and confirms that the electricity sector will be critical to decarbonising other parts of the economy, such as transport, buildings and industry. The Butte House Agreement of August 2021 also confirms the Scottish Government's commitment to supporting a continued and accelerated deployment of renewable energy in order to support the significant increase in electricity demand that will occur. This will require between 8 and 12 gigawatts of additional onshore wind in Scotland by 2030. Current installed capacity is approximately 8.4 gigawatts. A specific commitment is made to expanding the electricity grid in order to actively enable renewable energy. NPF4 came into force on 13th February 2023. It represents a considerable change in planning policy in which the approach to the planning balance has changed significantly. The Council's planning officers accepted that the policy support for this proposal that was set out in NPF3 was strengthened by the adoption of NPF4. While Section 25 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act does not apply to cases determined under the Electricity Act, NPF4's development plan status means it must be afforded significant weight. One of the 6 outcomes to which NPF4 is legally obliged to contribute is meeting any targets relating to the reduction of emissions of greenhouse gases and securing positive effects for biodiversity. NPF4 expressly states that the climate emergency and nature crises form the foundations of the National Spatial Strategy, recognising that tackling climate change and the nature crisis is an overriding imperative which is key to the outcomes of almost all policies within NPF4. Its designation of strategic renewable electricity generation and transmission infrastructure as a national development means the principle of development does not need to be agreed in later consenting processes. With regard to transmission infrastructure, NPF4 confirms the electricity transmission grid will need substantial reinforcement, including the addition of new infrastructure to connect and transmit the output from new on- and offshore capacity to consumers in Scotland, the rest of the UK and beyond. Delivery of this national development will be informed by market, policy and regulatory developments and decisions. Chief Planner's letter of 8th of February 2023 confirms that in the event of any incompatibility between a provision of an NPF4 and the provisions of an LDP, whichever of them is the later in date is to prevail. Provisions that are contradictory or in conflict would be likely to be considered incompatible. NPF4 policies 1 and 11 are considered to be the lead policies of relevance to this application. The intent of Policy 1 is to encourage, promote and facilitate development that addresses the global climate and nature crises. Decision makers are instructed to give significant weight to these crises, so the matter of weight is no longer entirely left to the discretion of the decision maker. The intent of Policy 11, Energy, to encourage, promote and facilitate all forms of renewable energy development onshore and offshore. This includes energy generation, storage, new and replacement transmission and distribution infrastructure, and emerging low-carbon and zero-emission technologies. Support's given to, among other things, enabling works such as grid transmission and distribution infrastructure. A list of impacts is set out. In considering these, the decision-maker must give significant weight to the proposal's contribution to renewable energy generation and greenhouse gas reduction targets. Policy 11 represents a change from the NPF3 SPP position. There is now direct and express support for enabling works such as transmission infrastructure. There's a specific instruction to apply significant weight to the achievement of renewable energy generation and greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets. It is stated that significant landscape and visual impacts are to be expected for some forms of renewable energy and that localised impacts are generally acceptable. It emphasises the need to maximise local and community socio-economic impacts, but it omits any reference to tourism as a factor requiring consideration. The Argyll and Bute Local Development Plan 2015 predates the fast-moving policy changes that are emerging in response to the climate emergency. The Council's Renewable Energy Action Plan confirms it is supportive of delivering renewable energy-related infrastructure upgrades. Sorry that took a long time, and there's more to come for the other parties, but is there anything I've missed or I've got wrong from the applicant's point of view?
Not so far, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I'll now turn to the Council's position. The Council recognises that NPF4 includes transmission infrastructure within National Development 3. However, the text in this part of NPF4 is fairly generic and not locationally specific. It's obvious that if you proceed to consent wind farms in remote locations without regard to grid capacity, you'll need to provide such capacity. There's no explanation of how other regulatory systems are to interact with the Section 37 process. National development status does not grant planning permission, and there is little in the way of specific support that flows from these generic, obvious statements. It remains essential to consider whether this is the right development in the right place. Policy 1 requires significant weight to be given to the nature crisis as well as to the climate crisis. There is ample evidence that the proposal will cause some harm to nature, largely through the loss of trees and habitat displacement, and the applicants can point to no beneficial effect on climate as a result of this proposal. Contrary to NPF4 Policy 3B, it is not clear that all feasible opportunities have been taken to integrate nature-based solutions. Greater consideration should have been given to alternatives in order to follow that preferred avoidance principle. There is no evidence of significant biodiversity enhancements, nor are there firm proposals for local community benefits from biodiversity enhancement. The proposal is contrary to Policy 4 due to its unacceptable impact on the natural environment. Significant adverse effects on the area of panoramic quality are not clearly outweighed by benefits of at least local importance, and the proposal has failed to deliver adequate protection for protected species because the reduction of effects to a non-significant level would depend upon mitigation which cannot be guaranteed at this stage. The Council accepts that Policy 5 in relation to soils is not a key determining issue in this location, but believes the proposal is contrary to this policy as it fails to avoid or minimise adverse effects. Policy 6B is very specifically states that development proposals will not be supported where they will result in any loss of ancient woodlands, ancient or veteran trees. Contrary to that policy, the proposal would involve the felling of several hectares of ancient woodland. Compensatory planting would take 100 years to replace this resource. The proposal is contrary to Policy 11 in terms of criteria A to F. It's also contrary to Policy 14A as it has not been designed to improve the quality of life of the rural locations it affects and would not contribute to creating a successful place. Contrary to Policy 18, the applicant has not demonstrated that existing infrastructure assets cannot be used, thereby avoiding the need for new development. The proposal also performs poorly against policies 25 and 29, it has been designed on the basis of serving a distant market and does not help to create vibrant and sustainable local communities. Insufficient mitigation has been provided for the adverse effects of the proposal. Therefore, the proposal fails to satisfy the requirements of the Electricity Act. Anything I've missed from there?
No, a very fair summary. Thank you, sir.
Okay, no more pylons or NNP. NNP notes the applicant has addressed the climate crisis but not the nature crisis that is also highlighted in NPF 4. Reflecting the dual priority of the nature and climate crises, NPF 4 Policy 3 introduces a major new requirement not only to protect but positively to enhance biodiversity. This applies to the proposal. However, the applicant has not demonstrated this. And contrary to the expectations of Policy 6B1, the proposal would result in the loss of ancient woodland. NNP regards the applicant's attempt to draw support for this proposal from NPF 4 Policy 11 as based upon a series of bland assertions that are not supported by evidence. The proposal itself cannot make any contribution to renewable energy or greenhouse gas reductions targets because it does not generate energy. And even in terms of its ability to transmit energy, the proposal fails to provide any contribution to the achievement of such targets for two reasons. First, because there's a missing link between the Craigdhu substation and the new transmission infrastructure that's being built between Kintyre and Inverarnan. Second, and more importantly, NNP believes the applicant has taken no account of changes that are taking place within UK government policy. This is despite the fact that NPF 4 recognises that delivery of transmission infrastructure will be informed by market, policy and regulatory developments and decisions. NNP believes the implications of market policy and regulatory developments, which are matters for UK government, are substantial and that the potential contribution to renewable energy and greenhouse gas targets that this proposal could deliver is in grave doubt. Energy policy is a reserved matter, so UK government policy is a material consideration for this proposal. This includes the Energy White Paper of 2020, the Smart System and Flexibility Plan 2021, the British Energy Security Strategy 2022, and the Net Zero Growth Plan of 2023. UK government's drive towards net zero seeks to make the drive a smarter energy transition by avoiding wasteful, uncoordinated generation and transmission. It has publicly recognised since 2021 that the transition to net zero needed major market reform. In 2022, National Grid ESO published its Phase 3 assessment and conclusions on net zero market reform. UK government's ongoing review of electricity market arrangements, REMA, is considering locational marginal pricing, which would undermine the basis for the applicant's reliance on this proposal, providing transmission to serve the Great Britain-wide market. Under locational marginal pricing, local market energy pricing would send clear signals to generators to locate as close as possible to demand centres. This is in contrast to the situation that has previously existed, where generators decide where to locate and transmission has to be provided to accommodate that. NNP believes a move to LMP would not only make economic sense, it would also deliver net zero more quickly and would achieve the requirement of Section 3 of the Electricity Act to minimise costs to consumers. Scotland already has sufficient on- and offshore electricity generating capacity to meet existing and future need. The capacity shortfall is in the major population centres of England, from which the application site is very remote. Some locations that are closer to such demand centres may be unsuitable for renewable energy generation due to environmental concerns. However, NMP believes there are extensive areas where renewable energy generation could be built that are close to those demand centres. As the applicant accepts that the cost of transmission infrastructure is directly proportional to the length of the transmission lines, it is inescapable that locating generation closer to demand must be cheaper. The proposed future systems operator will take over control of network planning, removing this role from individual network owners like the applicant. Recent Scottish Government publications, the Onshore Wind Policy Statement and the Energy Strategy and Just Transmission Plan, recognise the reality of challenges to net zero. These include energy systems and regulation, transmission network charging, energy markets, network regulation, constraint costs, grid charging methodologies. However, these documents recognise that these are matters that are outside Scottish Government's control and are the responsibility of the UK Government, Ofgem and the electricity systems operator. Anything I've missed or got wrong there, Dr. Ford? No? Okay, finally, Lochy and Inverarnan Community Council. It's unacceptable to the community, businesses and visitors to the area for more pylons to be installed. The community is aware of the need to move towards net zero and for the production and transmission of renewable energy. However, this cannot be at the cost of industrialisation of an area of scenic panoramic quality. The applicant is focused on the importance of transmission as confirmed in the new NPF4, while ignoring entirely the other side of the framework, looking at the lives and livability of rural communities facing depopulation. The proposals are far removed from the NPF4 expectation of conservation at a landscape scale, with the proposed development cutting through some of our most important vistas. NPF4 recognises that natural assets and environmental quality underpin the area's main economic sectors and must therefore be protected, restored and used sustainably. This proposal flies in the face of that. The move to net zero cannot come at the destruction of the environment. The Community Council notes that pylon proposals make national news headlines reflecting the fact that there is a UK-wide objection to industrialisation of our rural communities and wild spaces. Anything I've missed there? Okay, thank you. That was a lot of talking, and my apologies, but just to set the scene, really. Item 3 on the agenda, topics for discussion. As I said, I think before, the purpose of today and the purpose of setting out in much greater than usual detail some points that arose when I read through the various documents and the party submissions was so I can fully understand the parties' respective positions and the weight, if any, I can give to the numerous documents that have been put forward on both sides. So my plan was to start with UK-wide documents and then move down Scotland first and then local level policies. So the first document identified at the UK level, which I think is produced as NNP1, is the Smart Systems and Flexibility Plan. First question, I guess, simple one. This is an expression of current UK government policy. Do we accept that? I'll probably look at the applicant first.
Thanks, sir. I did have some context points just to cover first, if that's okay, briefly. But in terms of your question, it is a plan. But to put that into context, the one point you raised in your summary was that energy policy is a matter reserved to Westminster. That is correct. But what is clear is that the Scottish Government has been able to progress its own energy policy, objectives and its statutory targets, totally untrammelled by the UK Government. Certainly 20, 30 years of working in the sector. There have been, to my understanding, no legal challenge to that position. And a very important point to bear in mind in that is that the various documents that I think we'll come on to look at, some are plans and strategies, but they have a fundamental underpinning in terms of net zero and how we get to net zero. And that was set primarily at the UK level by the Climate Change Act 2008, and there's been secondary legislation which has adapted the targets, which, if everyone will remember, it was 80% by 2050. That was changed on the advice of climate change to net zero when the climate emergency was declared. And the interim target that has been set is 78% at the UK level by 2035, and then it's net zero by 2050. And as we come on to see in Scotland, there are complementary statutory targets set out by the Emissions Reduction Act 2019. So the reason for us explaining that at the start is that many of the documents we'll go on to explore this morning we'll look at the matter of weight, but they are all concerned with getting to net zero. So that's the end point, but the start is the statutory basis at the UK level and the Scottish Government level, and you will see that common thread throughout them. So in terms of that first document, which in its very title is the Smart Systems and Flexibility Plan, so in and of itself it's not policy, but it stems from the clear policy foundation that was set out in the white paper, the command paper, which is before the inquiry. We can come on to what that says. But in terms of the relevant content of this document, we can come on to that. But if that answers the first question.
That is helpful. Before we go on to what it says and what it deals with, maybe I'll come back to, I guess, Dr. Ford, probably, because he's the one who majored on it. Do you accept that it's a plan, but it's not policy? What do you say to that?
Can I just intervene for a second before Dr. Ford answers the question? David Bell has carefully answered, or slightly dodged, but mainly answered your question. In his hearing statement, which is before the inquiry and which is notice of the case that he wants to advance, there isn't a single word about UK policy. Now, I think that's worth it. We're not in a public inquiry, so that's not an objection about evidence that can't be given, but it should be noted that in advance of the case, you asked for hearing statements, and Mr. Bell has not provided us with what he calls the context of the UK background. His paper is confined to essentially Scottish matters.
I think that's perhaps a little harsh on the applicant's position. Was that these UK matters have limited, if any, weight, and I suspect that's why they didn't go into too much detail on them. And there was a dispute as to whether a lot of Dr. Ford's material should be admitted, which I accept. I didn't agree with. I thought that we should admit it because it went far beyond questioning what Ofgem may have done in respect of this particular proposal and went to wider points of where things are going UK-wide, which I thought were relevant. But I think it's a bit harsh to characterise this as a failure to give fair warning, given the situation. We were at quite a late stage in proceedings of me allowing matters in that the applicant didn't think were at all relevant. And, well, I'll see what Mr. Mackay has to say. I don't want to put words into his mouth, but Mr. Mackay.
You're absolutely correct, sir. You're aware of the background of why it is we are now looking at these documents, despite the submissions, the clear submissions that were made by the applicant. The applicant respected your ruling and has brought witnesses to contribute to the debate. Insofar as energy policy is concerned, that is a matter that's dealt with in Mr. Bell's planning statement, which is incorporated into his hearing statement. So it's really surprising, to say the least, that Mr. Campbell's taken this point, which I'm not sure he's actually insisting upon, but he's flagged up for some reason.
The substratum for this is the Electricity Act, of course, which is a UK statute, and everything derives from that in a cascade upwards, if you like, if that's the right expression. What I don't have from the applicant is notice of the way in which the context for this application works in the context of UK policy. I have David Bell's oral evidence, of course, and I'm glad to have it. and I'm not objecting to it as such, but I just want to point out that we don't really have notice, you don't really have notice of how this is going to be developed. And that may or may not ultimately be seen as unfair.
No, I understand your point, Mr. Campbell. I have an expectation of where this will be going in terms of the applicant's case, and if that isn't where it goes, then I will, I'm sure, share your concerns if how they argue it is not how I expected it to be argued, which should be fairly short, in short form, I suspect, then I may well share your case. But for now, I'm content. I've not seen any evidence of that.
I'm pointedly not objecting in a formal way, but I thought it was the right moment to raise this because it should be flagged up.
Understood. I'm grateful for that. Dr. Ford, so Mr. Bell's answer was it's a plan, it's not UK government policy. Do you agree with that?
I agree it's a plan. It falls within UK government policy, though. It's very clearly part of the implementation process within the UK government policy. Can I just pick up on one other point that Mr. Bell said? We're going to agree that the overall objective is net zero. I don't think there's anything to contest there at all. Everybody's happy with that. Sorry. But he referred to Scotland's own energy policy. And we respect that. Obviously, it's mostly delivered through the planning system. But the overriding policy and legislation here, because it's a reserved matter, obviously must rest with the UK government. I think that answers your question in terms of... Thanks.
It does, thank you. A question really for you, I think, Dr. Ford, because it was you who directed me to this document. I think you were citing this as evidence that as far back as 2021, UK government were planning for changes to the energy markets, etc. You know, things were going to change quite significantly. My question for you is, this document appears to be concerned with reforms, improving flexibility and developing smart systems within the current energy market framework. Is it fair to say that at this stage, 2021, this isn't an expression of UK government policy, if it is policy, in favour of more radical things like locational marginal pricing?
I agree that's right, sir. Although if you go to page 13 of the document, under our approach to driving flexibility across the system, as well as outlining the context for the plan, it says we recognise that wider reforms to our market frameworks may be needed. And it also repeats that kind of language and phrase at page 17 as well. Don't think we need to repeat it, it's very similar. So, in a sense, one of the reasons for putting this document on the table is to say at that point there was recognition that wider reforms are needed. We'll come on to the scale of those reforms later, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Do you have anything to say to that specific point, Mr. Bell?
Just in terms of the phrase may be needed is, I think, informative of the uncertainty around what may be settled in due course in terms of REMA and wider market arrangements. So that's all I'm responding to on that. Mr. Thomas is going to come in to expand on some other observations that we have on this document.
Jones, you up now is probably as good as any.
Good morning. I very much agree with the kind of reporter's conclusion that this is a plan. It's a joint publication, both by government and Ofgem, setting out a vision, a kind of work programme for delivering a smart and flexible electricity system. Its kind of focuses around identifying innovations and flexibility in the current market arrangements, and it's a stepping stone document to working towards a number of things. What we saw about acceleration, needing to accelerate networks in order to connect renewables, which has led towards notable investment ahead of need at times, all towards net zero goals effectively. So yes, I do acknowledge there is indications that there may be need for wider reform, and I'm sure we'll get into that in the later documents.
Thank you. I alighted upon the phrase regulatory and market reform, which I'm sure it's elsewhere in the document, but I spotted it in the executive summary, just because I'm intrigued by what on earth that means in MPF4, and we'll come on to that later on. But it appears that, or does it appear, this document is talking about flexibility within the existing situation and various measures that could be introduced, and it says this flexibility will be facilitated by regulatory and market reform, investment in innovation and system digitalisation. I take Dr. Ford's point about it also was looking at other things, more radical things that may be needed, but I think this flexibility and regulatory market reform is relating to flexibility and that side of things. Might be this, do we even know whether the reference in MPF4 is reflecting this? So flexibility measures and smart systems and smart meters and all, ways of making the existing system work better rather than something else more radical, which appears was only just being contemplated at this point. So it's a very garbled question. I'll ask you, Dr. Ford, first, if that makes sense.
We'll obviously come on to discuss the phase under MPF4 later on, but I have two broad points here. Incidentally, but just before we move off that, can I just, on the previous point, Mr. Bell said that it should be ignored, this plan should be ignored. With respect, it shouldn't be ignored. We'll cover the phraseology later on, but the point is essentially that it's not the role of the Scottish Government to determine what reforms are relevant to be considered. They are, in a sense, passive. They are, in a sense, there to, we'll discuss the phraseology later on, but my understanding is it's a description of the reality, in a sense. And that reality in terms of what market reforms are, or any other reforms, is driven by UK government and the two or three key agencies that are involved with that. So the other point to say is that, as a matter of timing, MPF4 was obviously issued at the end of last year, and 6 or 7 months ago. They obviously recognise, and we'll come on to this a bit later on in some of the other documents, that some of the market reforms that are taking place in the OWPS, for example. So my feeling is that it's not the role of the Scottish Government to, if you like, set out what reforms are relevant or not relevant. And therefore, I think in terms of this document, there is a sense that it is seeking to make changes to the flexibility and smart systems and that kind of thing, and storage and so on, and isn't really dealing with the broader issues of market reform. But the picture overall here is that there is a huge bank of reforms taking place across the whole of the industry. I attended an Ofgem event a couple of weeks ago, specifically on market reform. They listed 12 other areas, reform areas, which are involved with this. There's a lot of interlinking of these reforms because there's a lot of interdependencies and so on. We'll come on to discuss later on, I think, the broad scale of this and the broad direction and what's driving it. But I think the point for this document is to say it fits within an overall picture of reform. This is signalling one aspect of the change that is taking place, particularly in terms of smart systems and flexibility and storage. And one of the reasons why it's important is that there's obviously major issues with renewable energy in terms of intermittency and in terms of matching to demand. And the single most important solution to that is some form of, as well as the locational aspects to it, which we'll come on to later on, but is the ability to time shift the production of energy to the delivery of energy. And that's obviously a relatively new creation in policy. And therefore, that's why they've signalled it in the Energy White Paper, and why they've picked off that particular aspect to start developing a plan for to deliver the policy. But you have to see this within the overall body of the changes that are taking place. Thanks, sir.
That's helpful. We'll come on to the onshore wind policy statement, but I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I suspect we'll be doing this a lot, is going forwards and backwards and around the houses. But you'd accept that the Scottish Government's reaction to things like locational marginal pricing was not exactly welcoming it with open arms in the onshore wind policy statement, quite the opposite. So that being the case, when they refer to things like regulatory market reform being needed to apply to decisions taken in NPF4 and the designation of a national development, does it not seem unlikely that that was the sort of thing that they were expressly applying to their support for that national development? Might it not be, in fact, things like smart systems and, this other document, which is a less ambitious, less radical, and which doesn't appear to have, or doesn't appear to be something that Scottish Government has expressly come out against? Is that not? We don't know. I suspect is the answer. We don't know what that phrase means in NPF4, but I'm saying, is it not reasonable to suspect it doesn't mean we embrace or we at least accept locational marginal pricing? Might it not be more realistic to say they were probably referring to something like this, reforms within the existing market, or is that just simply not possible to discern?
With respect to that, I don't think they're in a position to choose, and well, to talk about the Scottish Government's reaction to LNP later on, obviously, but I don't think. Put it this way: I think they knew when those words were in NPF4 that market reform was part of the picture, and I think from that point of view they are. I think they're aware of it fundamentally. I mean, the fact that they've reacted to it, even though it's negatively, it shows that they're aware of it.
Did you want to come back on any of that, Mr. Bell?
Firstly, we've got a transcript being prepared today, and we can check whether I said whether the document could be ignored. I did not say that, but that can be checked for the record. Thank you. Yeah. In terms of the questions on the agenda, I think the phrase in NPF4, I think it's fair to say it's ambiguous as to what it actually means, because there's no further detail in the supporting text. But my position would be that it would not be referring to something that would cut across and dilute the Scottish Government's view that there needs to be a large and rapid increase in electricity generation. And we see that at the top of the page. And then at the bottom of the page, the electricity transmission capacity of scale is fundamental to achieving net zero. So the government is clearly aware that there are market policy and regulatory development. Within market, there will be technological advances. I think Mr. Ford's right that in terms of time shift of electricity discharge through battery storage, and that's your second question, where it brings in energy storage, will be a relevant matter. And if you're happy for me to go on to that question. So I would say that the market is experiencing a large increase at the moment of battery storage. That can be standalone projects, but also co-location with renewable generation. And I think most solar and wind developments, in my experience coming forward at the moment, have an element of co-location, which allows the release of electricity when it's needed, when demand is high. And that is part of the smart system reference within the document we've been referring to. I think it's also informative that on page 1 of the document, it refers to the 2020 Energy White Paper, which is firm policy. It's a command paper, and I refer to that in the planning statement. So, notwithstanding Mr. Campbell's position, energy policy, I refer back to the planning statement, which has a section from paragraph 3.3.3 on the UK Energy White Paper and refers to the growing demand for clean electricity out to 2050, which is what is picked up directly in this page 1 of this first document we're looking at in the 4th paragraph, demand potentially doubling by 2050 as a result of the other sectors, particularly heat and transport, to be applied. When we come on to the Scottish Government, we will see the importance that the Government places on the need to provide sufficient renewable capacity and transmission infrastructure to deal with these sectors that are lagging behind at the moment in terms of decarbonisation. And I think, lastly, in terms of the huge bank of reform thinking that Mr. Ford has highlighted, I think that is accepted. We'll be going through some of these documents, but there's no firm conclusions yet on the basis of what they are exploring, and therefore it can only be speculation come out of them in a settled position. Thank you.
I had a specific query just for my own education about interconnection and the role of that. I'll quote enough. I don't think I've actually written down the page, but interconnection is predicted to allow differences in weather patterns to be levelled out across large areas. This is talking about export outside, away from Great Britain, so not down to England, but elsewhere. By 2050, predicted to increase from 6 gigawatts across the whole of Great Britain to 27 gigawatts, and to 18 gigawatts by 2030. So this is this an additional source of, or potentially additional source of demand for Scottish electricity, to which this proposal could contribute? We will come to the issue about UK or GB demand is down south, but I confess ignorance as to the potential for interconnection to other places, and to what appears to be very significant ambitions. This is GB-wide, so it may not necessarily be all applicable to Scotland, but whether this is a factor that could be held to be in the applicant's favour, or perhaps it's simply not enough is known as to what it's talking about. And apologies, I can't find you the page reference. It's in there somewhere.
So there's a reference in page 10 to smart grids and interconnection, shifting electricity across grids and between countries where it's needed. This allows differences in weather patterns to be levelled out. Your client's first document, the one we're looking at.
I think to Sisters, Scottish Draft Energy Strategy and Just Transition Plan, which we will probably come to later, where it refers to the Scottish Government's ambitions for export of electricity, not just for indigenous supply.
That's helpful. I actually found it's top of page, PDF page 12. By 2050, our illustrative scenarios indicate that we'll need around 60 gigawatts of total flexible capacity, with around 30 gigawatts of combined short-term storage and demand-side response, and 27 gigawatts of interconnection, leading to the lowest system costs. So that's where I got the 27 gigawatts of interconnection. Is this, how much can we read into this affecting Scotland, if at all? That's my question, I suspect.
I think in terms of the Scottish context, I would refer later to the energy strategy, but I think that's maybe a question for Mr. Torrance in terms of the interconnection system between Scotland and England and further afield, if he could assist on that.
Yeah, interconnections constantly on the table. There's interactions, particularly Scotland across to Norway, which are on the table. It's clearly in line with Scottish Government policies, alluded to by Mr. Bell earlier. So I think it's good to rather than be on the table and grow as we continue to develop and connect renewables both off and onshore. going to be, so it will become a net exporter. England and the GB is the focus at the moment in more direct policy, but clearly Scottish Government in particular can see ambitions across Europe and export in that way. So,
Dr. Ford. Thank you, sir. Just running from, if you like, the start of this topic with Mr. Bell's initial response, he talked about co-location of selling. As a matter of fact, there is very, almost none of that. And what there is can fairly be described as a token amount of storage co-located with wind farms and so on. There is a whole issue to be resolved in terms of the location of storage. I don't wish to take you through my thesis, sir, but in broad terms, there's likely to be storage close to demand points to cope with the diurnal variation. There's a strategic need for, if you like, seasonal storage to cope with the difference between demand between winter and summer. And there's also an issue around utilisation of the network. Okay, and I'm definitely not going to intrude upon here on the demand side on the need requirement for this proposal. But there is an aspect of this which has a bearing on transmission, and that is that the current official figure from UK government about the load factor and output from onshore wind energy is that it sits around 26 to 27%, and that's effectively of the time of year, no, 26% of the year, basically. There are other parts of the transmission network which are running at utilisation levels around 80 to 90 to 95%, and obviously some overload at various points. So part of the overall reform of the energy market, and I'm deliberately phrasing it in wide terms, so we're not into specifics here, but it is to maximise the utilisation of transmission. So in theory, I think what Mr. Bell's pointing to in terms of the concept of co-location is that if you co-locate storage at the point of production, you obviously can improve the utilisation of the transmission lines beyond that. What we don't know is where storage will locate. Okay. As I say, I think that the first indicators of storage coming forward across the GB market are that battery storages are locating close to centres of demand. They're locating on transmission lines and reasonably close to, essentially, they're sitting on, the big ones that are coming forward are sitting on the lines connecting East Anglia and the North Sea offshore wind farms, frankly, to London and the South East. So I think that's an indication of what's going to happen. In terms of interconnectors, the interconnectors are important in terms of shifting energy and responding to weather and time differences between the different countries. The formation of the first interconnector to the UK, which was with France, really came about, I think, in the 70s. But it was really a recognition that our peak demand, not just because of the clock, but because of the way the different energy systems produce energy, was out by 2 or 3 hours. And therefore, there's a considerable value in taking the peak off the peak of demand, if I can describe it in that. So if you have to build your energy capacity across the whole system for the maximum demand, that's more expensive. And basically the last gigawatt or megawatt of energy that you need to do to reach your peak, and obviously in terms of energy systems, you want to be able to deliver your peak under all circumstances. But that last gigawatt or so is the most expensive part of energy production, because essentially it's going to run for the shortest period of time. So there is a value in, if you like, in time shifting to shift those peaks. But in terms of interconnectors, there is considerable amount of work taking place with interconnectors. All of the interconnectors that the UK has at the moment, with the exceptions of the connectors between Scotland and Northern Ireland, which are relatively minor in the overall picture, but all of those essentially benefit from the proximity of, I need to use the term, England to the continent. And therefore, they're between East Anglia and Belgium and the Netherlands and France from Kent. There are discussions about new connectors to Denmark and to Germany, and further reinforcements to the Netherlands and so on. And one of the novelties that's coming forward at the moment is what they call multi-purpose interconnectors, which might link a wind farm somewhere between England and the continent, and therefore allow it to ship its energy in two directions, basically. Mr. Torrance, I think it's Mr. Torrance, have I got your name right? Sorry. Thank you. Referred to an interconnector between Scotland and Norway. Let's just say that there is recently an interconnector between Norway and the UK. It was completed last September, went into trial for 3 months, and it is, I think now, although it's a while since I've checked, now running at full operations. It's a 1.4 gigawatt connector because it's quite a long connector. My understanding is that the Scotland-Norway connector has been knocked on the head by the Norway government, in fact, and is unlikely to go ahead. But in terms of the overall picture of Scotland exporting its energy through interconnectors to the continent, the prospects of that are relatively slim. Primarily because of the interconnections or the transmission infrastructure between Scotland and England. No doubt we'll come on to it later, but there's basically 3 primary connections between Scotland and England, crossing what's known as the B6 boundary. I don't want to get too technical, but essentially it sits across the Scotland-England boundary. It reflects the transmission ownership boundary between Scottish Power and National Grid. And it has a current operating normal capacity of about 4.5 gigawatts, full operational capacity of 6 gigawatts, but by the time you allow for the fault conditions and so on, it's operating about 4.5. There are plans to reinforce it and to increase it, and we can talk about those later on. But any capability for Scotland to export its energy must, for the time being at least, and for the foreseeable future, be dependent upon the connections and the transmission links between Scotland and England. I've seen, actually just in the last week, the prospect that the Norway interconnector, which lands at Blythe, north of Newcastle, that there is some prospect that Scottish energy could be exported out that. The overall picture, though, is that the Norwegians certainly view the interconnector as being primarily a supply route from Norway to the UK, because of the relative prices of electricity between those two markets. And the experience to date, and what looks like they're being experienced for the next few years until other infrastructure becomes available, is that they will utilise the interconnector between Norway something like 90% of the time on an export basis. And therefore, in a sense, whilst it offers the prospect very long term for Scottish wind energy, for a little bit of Scottish wind energy to go out, for the meantime, it actually acts as a bit of a downer on Scottish export energy because of its exports capacity into northern England, and obviously export out of energy out of Scotland into essentially southern and Midland England has to go through that northern parts as well. So actually it acts as a problem more than anything else. But in terms of interconnectors, until we get some substantial changes in terms of the infrastructures that's being built, and I'm talking about all of the plans that are on the table and being evolved and going forward at this moment in time, there is no prospect for Scotland exporting to the continent using its renewable energy. Thank you. So what I'm being reminded of, sorry, a point I've just missed, is that I said that the current transmission capacity between Scotland and England is maximum at 6 megawatts and currently operates normally at about 4.5. We'll see in one of the other documents later on that Scotland has a 13.4 gigawatts of capacity for renewable energy at the moment. It also has about 1 gigawatts worth of nuclear power, which is expected to run off in the early 2030s. Scotland's demand, as we've given the figure, is about 3.6 gigawatts. That means there is a considerable excess of capacity, of renewable energy capacity in Scotland, not just over domestic requirement, but surplus to the capacity, exceeding the capacity of the transmission infrastructure, which is why the major constraints within the GB electricity system currently arise on that B6 Scotland-England boundary. When the current regime came into place in 2010, in terms of how generators were consented and approved, and how transmission responds to that, I'll give a bit more detail on that later on. The anticipated figure was that the cost of constraints within the whole GB market, accepting that the Scotland-England boundary would be the major problem, would be about £110,000 per annum. The report I last read said, and the data I've seen from National Grid ESO, is that constraints on the GB market hit 1.5 billion in 2022. The data that I've looked at shows that 85 to 90% of that arises because of the Scottish constraint problem. So that's the context that we're in. So in terms of this idea of exporting energy, the infrastructure, frankly, isn't there at the moment. And whilst there are plans to develop more infrastructure in the future, if you look at the projection of the pipeline of expansion of renewable energy in Scotland and the projection of the pipeline of transmission capacity between Scotland and England, one's going up at a steep rate and the other one's going up at a less steep rate. The expectation is, if you do the calculations, that there will always be a problem of overcapacity in Scotland. And that is the fundamental problem which is giving rise to the whole issue around market reform and trying to get this balance right between transmission and the location of generation going forward, which obviously we'll come on to. Thank you.
Well, that was very helpful, thank you. Do you want to come back on any of that?
Thanks, sir. Just a few points to come back on, and Mr. Torrance will just follow me in terms of responding briefly to some of the points of the more regulatory and system aspects of that answer. First point about constraint payments, I would just say that is an issue in the wider market, but the Scottish Government has been aware of that for many years, and that has not stopped the Scottish Government from setting out their new target for onshore wind in the onshore wind statement. And I think in terms of Mr. Ford, when he started, said that there's no co-location taking place. There's none, I think was his word. That is factually incorrect. I could list you a dozen projects that have co-location, some of which are consented. Dunfermline North Solar Park, 29 megawatts of electrical capacity and 20 megawatts of battery storage. Commencement of development will be starting in a few months. It has planning permission. Glen, Section 36 wind farm on the Isle of Skye has 120 megawatts of battery storage, which can deliver 240 megawatt hours of capacity. That is in the system at the moment. Scoop Hill wind farm in Dumfries and Galloway in the planning system, over 100 megawatts of energy storage. Knockronal wind farm in South Ayrshire has energy storage. I could go on, but there is a factual position just to correct there. So I wonder if Mr. Torrance might come in if there's any points to deal with in response. Thank you. Or Mr. Hill.
Hi, good morning. So just a point to make on interconnection between Scotland and England. There already is a link between Scotland and England on the Western Link, as it's called, and there's plans in future for additional interconnector links between Scotland and England on our East Coast network to increase the capability of the B6 boundary that Dr. Ford referred to.
Thank you. Did you want to come back on either of those points? Just on the question of co-location of storage as well. Do you accept, now you've been told, Mr. Bell's recitation of various examples that either have or are hoping to have on-site co-location with generation?
I don't believe they're actually built yet. But the point is, if you list the capacities that he gave, okay, and I didn't, but we're comparing that with something like 10, 11 gigawatts of wind energy at the moment. They're to say they're years behind actually is an understatement. They're decades behind. One of the problems with this is that the storage technology is new. We're dealing with something that's nascent. And we obviously have storage in our laptops, in our phones, and hopefully in our cars in the future. There's a lot of pressure on the production of lithium and producing batteries, and there's a big resource problem behind storage. So, and whilst storage of electricity is likely to happen, I'm sure, the question is where it gets best value for money. So Mr. Bell was talking about some odd sites where it will make a slight improvement to the utilisation of the transmission infrastructure from those websites, but actually relatively little. I mean, actually, what sits behind as a Cruachan actually is more significant by a long way. But realistically, battery storage is most likely to get its best economic value in terms of being close to demand. And that's where the big projects are taking forward. I forget the numbers off the top of my head, but I have a feeling there's a 500 megawatt taking place in Cambridgeshire, for example. Different order of magnitude. On terms of what Mr. Bell said about constraint payments, he concluded by saying it's not stopped the Scottish Government from giving consent for renewable projects. That's right. It hasn't. Sadly, the issue about constraint payments is that this is a cost which falls primarily on consumers. And therefore, and if you do the numbers, and I don't want to get into a north-south divide, if you like, but by definition, with 90% of the population in England and Wales, the constraint payments are falling on southern customers rather than northern customers. And it is precisely this problem that, because of the change in regulation in 2010 in terms of connect to manage, which is referred to in the OWPS, that allowed the consenting of wind farms, of any generator anywhere within the system, and introduced the principle that transmission would follow after and follow on in terms of, so that latitude was given to the generators. And at the time, it was frankly a sensible thing to do. Previously, the government had controlled where generation had been sited. Okay, and we're talking about a picture where, realistically, certainly until the mid-90s, there was only 50 to 70 major generation stations within the UK. We're now talking about a picture where there are thousands of generating stations, although they're much smaller, obviously, and they're obviously clustered together in what we call wind farms or solar parks and things like that. But we still have several hundred, many hundreds, and we will get to thousands of locations where generation is located. But the problem that's arisen as a result of that over the last few years is that transmission can't keep up. Okay, and there is this concept now that transmission should start to move ahead, but actually it's got something like 10 years to go to catch up, so it's not going to move ahead very quickly. But the essential problem is that it's precisely because we're getting this huge volume of consented renewable energy projects in Scotland, which is giving rise to this transmission challenge in terms of connecting generators to demand, and is directly resulting in increased costs for consumers. And part of the reforms that are coming through are precisely to deal with those points. There is an element to which, if you look at the overall problem, and this is what I do in my research, we look at, if like, the challenges of the energy system, and we look at what's happening in policy. Part of what my research does is to actually see how these things fit together. But it's very obvious for the last few years that there's been a major misfit between that. And that is the key driver to market reform. It is trying to address this. And so when we talk about siting generation close to demand, that's really what we mean. We mean, I mean, in simple terms, in my rebuttal, I give you a figure of you know, the centre point, if you like, of demand in England and Wales, and pointing out that this proposal is 500 kilometres away from that. If you draw a line, say half that distance, 250 kilometres around that centre point, and you assume no more energy, no more wind energy is going to be built within that landmass, you can still find 65,000 square kilometres of area within 250 kilometres of sea area, and offshore wind is currently working at a ratio of about 2.8 megawatts per kilometre. But that will give you something like the equivalent of 180 megawatts of power, convenient and reasonably close to the centre of GB demand, England and Wales demand in particular. So that's precisely why, and if you think about what that means, the applicant has told us that effectively, that with their figures, that it would cost 2.3 billion to connect this project to the centre of demand, given the 500 kilometres. Essentially what you're saying is that you can halve that cost because you can do it within half the distance. And that's what the issue is. That's what the challenge is for, and the government has recognised that, and they're seeking to address the problem primarily because it's in the consumer's interest, because by definition, if you only build half the distance of transmission, it's going to cost you half the price. So it's a big saving to consumers. But actually, and we'll perhaps come on to this a bit later on, the analysis that's been undertaken by the agencies concerned is also saying that it will deliver net zero faster. And they're talking about considerably faster. And it's because rather than connecting Peterhead to Drax, which is actually one of the proposals that Mr. Torrance referred to, you could just connect all the wind farms in the southern North Sea or the Celtic Sea or the Irish Sea and so on, and you must save money on that basis. But furthermore, as well as saving money, you can do it quicker because, by definition, you know, building a line essentially is determined by the length of it, in simple terms. And obviously, we're talking about the numbers of lines that are needed. So the overall picture is that putting energy close to points of demand saves consumers considerable cost and delivers net zero quicker. And whilst I accept that the Scottish Government is gleefully consenting wind farms and wants to build consent all across Scotland and so on, there is a failure, unfortunately, within the Scottish Government to realise how that will be delivered. I appreciate there is some politics around that, and we don't need to go into that detail, but this idea that they want to become a big exporter of energy, fine, but it has to be done at cost. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You've kind of strayed into the next well, you've answered a question that I was posing in respect of the next document, so I want to move on to that before we break for our mid-morning break. But before I do that, I think you cheekily said that the Scottish Government have been gleefully cracking on with approving wind farms in the face of the problems you've identified. Would it be fair to say that you don't agree with Scottish Government's policy on wind?
Right, this is quite complex.
Appreciate yes or no, if it's possible.
There may be a value in the long term. I have no doubt that there is value in having renewable energy in Scotland to meet domestic demand and to make a contribution towards the GB market. Okay. In the longer term, and particularly, and I don't want to intrude too much onto this, but particularly if net market reform comes in, there is a potential also to attract high energy industries that's going to use that. But that's a very long term. We're talking 30 years or so. But essentially, the dilemma that the Scottish Government doesn't seem to recognise and doesn't seem to address is this general point that the costs that they are creating for GB consumers. And that's my concern about it.
I understand your point. I'm taking that as a kind of a yes. But if you look at current, we'll come to it later, but current expressions of enthusiasm for more wind in Scotland are not caveated upon also bringing in lots of heavy industry to be fuelled by it. It just appears, as it not, to be a big thumbs up in principle, not at any cost, obviously, but in principle, it's a great thing. Let's have more, another 12 gigawatts or whatever. I don't want to put words in your mouth again, but I'm taking that as something you clearly don't agree with. Is that fair?
I would like to know what the energy is going to be used for, primarily. That's my single test.
So, Ellen, before we break, just quickly go into the British Energy Security Strategy, because my question in respect of that document was really, perhaps cheekily, but the UK government, I think, is saying, yes, you can have wind farms in England again, so long as everyone's happy. Literally everyone is signed up and in favour of it, which is, I'm not allowed to get into political things, being civil servant, but it's perhaps optimistic, to say the least, that everyone in the community is going to sign up to say, yes, we'd love a wind farm next to us. So if I'm not being unfair to the UK government, and in fact the likelihood of any uptick in wind energy development in England is very slight, my question was, how might that affect the or compromise the effectiveness of things like locational marginal pricing, sending a signal for people to go and locate in England or next to London or whatever? And I think you started arguing or answering that question by saying, well, what about offshore? Maybe you want to, before I go back and with all the points you've raised to the applicant, do you want to answer that slightly cheeky point?
Yeah, fairly quickly. The issue in England is played as being a planning issue. The reality is, if you look at the circumstances, and I've done some analysis on this, the only areas that are a minimum of 1 kilometre from a domestic property in England and Wales, in England, a slightly different situation in Wales, are areas that are called national parks, areas of natural scenic interest, and those very low populated areas. So the issue around onshore wind in England is really the trade-off between the value of the energy against the environmental effects, essentially, and more particularly who you're going to affect. I think realistically we're seeing wind farm applications coming in Scotland. 200 has been granted, it is now built. I've seen an application at 250 metres high. But realistically, turbines in England, in that dense population, are unlikely to go above 100 metres, and therefore the energy value of them is relatively limited. There is thought to be a social value in terms of saying to people, this is where your energy comes from. But you get into an urban-rural type of tension. But the other way to look at this is that if you look at before 2015, when the policy really changed of requiring community support, the difference between the rate of growth of wind farms in Scotland as against England was striking even then. And there wasn't a lot of proposals coming forward. So even if the policy changes and we move to a situation where there's much stronger financial compensation for say, wind energy in England, I still have serious doubts that it will take off in significant volume. The other option that's on the table, of course, is solar energy, and I do think that's got considerable prospects, because if you can site it in the landscape in a way that it's screened and you know, the worst visual effects, which is the major problem, can be avoided, setting aside the kind of agricultural land use issues, then there is potential for a fair amount of solar power in England and Wales. The figures I've seen are of the order of 70 gigawatts of capacity, so it's huge. But in terms of, I think the UK government perspective, in terms of onshore wind, and even, you know, I appreciate a government of a different political complexion may take a different view, but I think it's been fairly obvious in the policy documents for several years now that effectively the UK government is interested in and attentive to offshore wind. And essentially, one of the documents, I can't remember which one, it might be this one, gives a kind of review of onshore wind in the UK. Effectively, it's the last significant reference in UK policy to onshore wind. And if I think their attitude tends to be, if the Scottish government want to consent it, that's obviously a matter for them, quite rightly. But I think the solution that the UK government is working towards is offshore wind, and there's obviously substantial amounts of power there.
Thank you. That's helpful. Just one of Mr. Bell's early points was, he's right, isn't he, that the UK government has never said, hang on, Scotland, what are you doing? You're costing us a fortune in constraint costs, continually approving wind north of the border. Is that a political factor, or why? They could have said that, could they not?
Oh, I could write a thesis on this subject. I think the politics are such that they can't, frankly, is my view. I wonder whether there's been conversations, and I suspect the government's not close enough to have that kind of cooperation. There is onshore wind taking place in Wales, and it's been developed under a different kind of approach, basically, rather than being generator-led, developer-led. The Scottish government developed a strategy which is about 12 years old, for where they would place onshore wind, and that's been moving forward. But I think the prospects, unless there was major changes in terms of political thinking both sides of the boundary, I think the prospects of a friendly conversation to point this out are very slim. I think that's what we've seen over the last few years. I've actually can't go into too much detail here, but I have spoken to people who on precisely that question. I think that, if you like, the UK government's answer to this is market reform. Thank you.
Kieran, we'll come on to that. Would you like to go through all of those points before we go for coffee?
Just fairly briefly, in terms of the second document, NMP2, British Energy Security Strategy, April 2022 it was published. One of the fundamental drivers for that was the war in Ukraine and the government's reaction to the volatile fossil fuel market at the time. And one of the key aims is to build more indigenous supply. And so the matter of energy security has gone up the agenda. In terms of the question and appetite for onshore wind in England, lack of appetite, I think the fact is there's a de facto ban on onshore wind in England that has been in place largely since 2015-16, when remember that it was Chris Heaton-Harris MP wrote to David Cameron with an 800 Conservative MPs calling for a ban. Eric Pickles, the Secretary of State, issued a ministerial statement which started to slow the market down, and then eventually the footnote was added to the NPPF, which only allowed wind farm developments if they were allocated in a development plan or if there was community consent, effectively, which meant that if there was one objection from a local community, then consent had to be refused, and there was no conventional operation of the planning system with a wider public interest was brought in against private local interests. So that position continues, and if you look through any of the documents that are in the agenda, the government is simply referring to further consultation, possibly on what they term local partnerships or mechanisms for gaining local consent, but they have never settled on what that might be, and I think probably because it's intrinsically difficult to do that and separate that out from the planning system. So that the document does, however, reference onshore wind, specifically on page 18, highlighting that it is one of the cheapest forms of renewable power and that there is already 14 gigawatts of capacity in the UK, with a strong pipeline of projects in Scotland, and it references Scotland's own planning system and states that the UK government will work with the Scottish government. So that's an example of the recognition of the devolved administrations and the role that they have to play. And in terms of that recognition of onshore wind, that comes through in the Scottish documents, as we will see, where the Scottish government says this is the critical technology for attainment of the emissions reduction targets, in particular by 2030, and that's why we have the target in Scotland for 2030. So, returning to the question and the reference to locational marginal pricing, with that hostility in England to onshore wind, it's clear that that will not be a technology that can be developed. I think I would agree with Mr Ford that there are some intrinsic difficulties in large-scale wind anyway in England with the urban characteristics in some areas, but certainly Cumbria, Northumberland, Lincolnshire, Northamptonshire and East Anglia, where I've worked on schemes in all of these areas, there is potential for further development, I'm sure. But we can only deal with really what we have in policy at the moment, and that is clear policy support in England, no policy support at all in England for onshore wind. Yes, there will be solar. This document talks about a 5-fold increase in solar capacity. There's a role for nuclear and offshore wind, and that's always been in the mix in England. So I would say this is a document that is a strategy. It continues the path to net zero, but it does present very significant difficulties for onshore wind in England. It gives a nod to what's happening in Scotland and support for that. And as highlighted in the other question, page 25 gives a strong commitment, we would agree, to strategic onshore transmission infrastructure.
So, Mr Bell, having set that context, I wonder if I can pass on to Mr Hill in relation to the observations your observations about page 25, and I think also Mr Hill's a quick response to make to a point that was made in relation to the first document.
Yeah, it was in relation to the centroid of demand being 500 km away and the costs associated with that. On cost.
I wonder if Mr Hill, forgive me interrupting you, I wonder if you'd speak into your microphone.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
So the point to make is not every individual generator connection project or reinforcement project will require that 500 km line to the centre of demand. In the case of the current proposal, it connects onto the Dalmally to Windy Hill circuit. Windy Hill is a main integrated transmission system substation, and from there's interconnected circuits to the rest of the GB network from that point.
Would you like to say anything about page 25 at NMP2 and just the list of commitments there, in particular to delivering strategic onshore transmission infrastructure. Just wait a second while you get the document handy.
Before you do come back on that, I'm conscious I managed to overlook my own note and I didn't ask Dr. Ford specifically about that. Do you want to say something about that? You agree that on page 25 there is this commitment expressed there. Give you the chance to comment on that and then I'll allow the other side to come back.
Thank you, sir. Yes, the key word here is strategic. On page 28 of the document, it talks about setting out a blueprint for wholesale system by the end of 2022 for holistic network design and centralised strategic network planning. The strategic network planning is something we'll come back to in one of the other documents later on. But holistic network design, as this actually says in the second sentence of that bullet point 4 on that page, on page 28, no.
Oh, which bullet point are we on?
Well, on NMP2, document, page 28, digital 28, yes. And bullet point 4. All right. The second sentence says the HND will identify strategic infrastructure needed for the delivery of offshore wind. What I'm trying to point out here, sir, is that the use of the word strategic here is quite critical to that other use of the word strategic onshore transmission infrastructure or network infrastructure further down that page. What I think the government is saying, the UK government is saying, is that not all transmission infrastructure onshore is strategic. But what is strategic to them is delivery of the offshore wind capacity, and this goes back to the 50 gigawatt target for offshore wind capacity by 2030. And since that was set by the former Prime Minister two back, and it was reinforced in this document, that 50 gigawatt, there's been a shift in the way that we develop transmission infrastructure and plan for it to go for targets like that. So it's much more directed, as opposed to the general concept that we've had in the past, and to some extent still have, of just responding to generator locations. So they are changing policy, moving from infrastructure anywhere to strategic infrastructure designed to achieve high levels of renewable energy generation, meeting demand, and obviously delivering net zero sooner rather than later. So the use of the word strategic here is not an accident. The point is there is some transmission infrastructure which is strategic and some which is not. And I respectfully suggest that we'll come on to later on that this project is not.
Did you want to come back on that point? Strategic has a specific meaning. It doesn't mean any support is given for transmission infrastructure.
I think actually Mr. Torrance is going to respond on behalf of the applicant. Thank you.
Yeah, I think just generally with regards to this document, it's very supportive of onshore wind and connecting this up. It's linking into strong commitment from the UK government. The reference which Mr Bell made earlier to a strong pipeline of projects in Scotland, and the issues which Dr Ford is referring to are well known, they're well documented. It's what all these documents, consultations and stakeholder engagement are doing, is to try and identify, is there an issue? Out of the issue, how do we tackle it? With all the options on the table, we'll get into that I'm sure later when we get onto the REMA document. and once proposals are put forward, proper impact assessments will have to be undertaken. They will need to be introduced, and that is not a quick process. Some of the key points just to pick up on here is, and multiple documents throughout, is that when they're referencing these reforms, the continued message is to continue under the current frameworks to deliver these strategic onshore projects. We've evidenced Ofgem, and I don't want to bring in need because it's not part of it, but Ofgem will assess that in due course. They assess it against constraints, etc. And this has been given the approval so far, and then it contributes. We've demonstrated how it contributes to net zero targets. So I would have to disagree about. My interpretation is that this would fall into a strategic development. Thank you.
Okay, we'll break now for 15 minutes. Thank you. I'll come back at, I can't count, 56, I think that is, approximately. I'll tell you when. Okay, so we're moving on to growth plan. My questions or my points that sprung to mind on the preceding one, I think we've probably answered the question about the UK government's appetite for onshore wind in England, unless anyone else has anything else they want to add. So really, I just had a minor point. There are three instances I spotted where the UK government seems to be fairly positive about accelerating the transmission network deployment, its important role as a job creator and its strategic importance. I'll ask Dr. Ford, I think, first, because it's your document, what you have to say about that.
The first point to say is that there is obviously a need for increased transmission capacity and increased transmission. It's self-evident that if you're going to have 1,000, whatever the number is, generator stations distributed around, in and around the UK, you do have to do something to change from the transmission network that was essentially designed and built in the 1960s to move primarily coal and nuclear power from Nottinghamshire, Yorkshire, to London, and the other regional services that were done. So there is obviously a need for a huge level of transmission investment. But the point is that we need to distinguish between this concept of building transmission anywhere and the move towards strategic transmission. And to reinforce that, in this document on page 31, which is PDF 31, and actually is 31 in both, it gives you a list of, first of all, it says, further down under point 5, undertake strategic network planning. So that word strategic is back in there again. And also attached to it at the end of that sentence is for a whole systems perspective as well. So we're not just looking at electricity generation and demand. The point is we've got to start thinking about the whole system of all the energy systems. So potentially hydrogen, gas, all those other things as well.
Sorry, that's in respect to the role of the FSO.
Yes,
where the whole system's perspective. That's not a
and we'll come back
a general point about the importance of transmission.
Yeah, and we'll come back to the FSO later on. But in bullet point 3 on that page, again it talks about the holistic network design, And then it uses the phrase setting out for the first time a strategic coordinated plan for electricity network needed to deliver the offshore wind again. Okay, so there's 2 points in this. One is it's driven by the need for offshore wind, the 50 gigawatts. But also they're recognising, this is the UK government recognising, for the first time, we're going to coordinate the plan for electricity transmission. So there's a step change here in thinking from essentially an incrementalist approach, an ad hoc approach, and I can describe that to you a bit later on, so when we come to market reform, but starting to think that we need a strategy and we need to coordinate. Essentially the picture is that the three transmission owners, National Grid, Scottish Power and SSEN, essentially operate independently and are overseen by the regulator. And they obviously, like this project, concentrate on the infrastructure within their areas. But as has already been pointed out, there is a gap between the areas, the different areas, and that's probably one of the big reasons why the B6 boundary is such a big problem, because it isn't coordinated, if you like, on a GB-wide level. And what I think UK government policy here is signalling, and we can see it being implemented in other documents that we'll come to, is that they're moving towards a coordinated approach of thinking GB-wide, basically. So that's an important feature. I think that's all I need to add. So, you know, it's essentially this point about strategic and non-strategic, and the fact that we are moving towards a coordinated, planned on a GB-wide basis. Thank you.
Thanks. Just looking at the bottom of page 30, set an ambition to halve the time it takes to build new transmission network. They've appointed someone called Nick Windsor, Networks Commissioner. None of that is kind of predicated upon some strategic level of transmission network. It just says transmission network deployment. Does that not indicate that all transmission network is considered to be a priority?
Well, I would say two things about that. One is that a significant programme of reform, there's a tacit criticism that the current transmission deployment needs reform. My understanding of the Commissioner, it is there to really as a government advisor and mediator between government and the industry, really to point out to the government where changes might be needed to kind of expedite the fast-track communications. That's not what my understanding is of his role. We've obviously got the three transmission owners, and we've got the electricity system operator running the system, and we've got the regulator regulating the market. But it's fairly obvious that for the problems that have been already described, we're not fixing the problem about putting transmission in the right place quickly enough. And some of that is not just to do with transmission planning and identifying where it goes, but also about the delivery of transmission. So in the INC decision, you'll see there's a big section in there about competition for the delivery of transmission, and in this case they've decided not to include it in the competition. But there is thinking around a whole change in the way that transmission is delivered, rather than leaving it with transmission owners to go through this process and to plan, to get consent, to design, and to supervise the contract of delivery, because obviously they'll use a contractor for that, is that actually there might be other ways to expedite delivery of transmission. And, for example, for the last few years, offshore, it's been put out to competition, and the transmission has been delivered probably more efficiently than it's been delivered onshore over the last few years or so. So part of this thinking here is to change the system of delivery of new transmission using different mechanisms. And it's perfectly possible to conceive of a situation where somebody says we need a connection between Scotland, Peterhead and Drax, for example, and says, why don't we, or another example of between Lincolnshire and London, or anywhere. Somebody says, why don't we just give that to somebody on a design and build basis? They do everything, which is, of course, going back to the public partnership arrangements, and is really recognising that the current institutional arrangements haven't really delivered a satisfactory solution. And with all due respect to the applicant, and I'm not in any way suggesting they haven't done their job properly or anything like that, but by changing the institutional structure, I think the hope is that we can expedite the delivery of transmission faster. Thank you.
Struck by page 27, the second subheading, if you like, starting decarbonising the power sector. Halfway down that paragraph, reinforcing the onshore and its offshore electricity 20,000 to 80 2037. If I'm understanding that sentence correctly, that's jobs attributable to those works to the network. Is that right? That's quite a significant level of job creation.
It is. I've not checked the numbers, but I perfectly accept them on face value. But if you think about the amount of transmission that's required, we are talking about a huge scale of investment. The last line I saw being strong, which was actually Bewley Dennis, that was some years ago, actually physically seen it being strong. The crew was Polish that was stringing it. There's obviously, sound reasons for thinking they could be, there's going to be a lot of work here for the next 20, 30 years, that we should be developing the crews to do that work here. I'm not implying any criticism of the applicant because they're using contractors like that, because that's at the time where the skill set was, that's where the resource was. But it's very clear that just as there's a whole requirement to build wind farms, whether they're offshore, onshore, solar parks, whatever kind of thing, there's a huge requirement to build infrastructure for transmission. Thank you.
I'll hand over. I have a request from those at the back of the room. Can you make sure you speak up a bit so as to be audible? And a request from Callum not to do what I'm doing, which is leaning too close into the microphone, because that causes crackling. So there's a balance there somewhere.
Well, lighted to come on now, so we'll keep going. Firstly, document P3 is important to set text for.
Sorry, can I just stop you there? I think your microphone is struggling a bit, crackling. Are you getting that, Callum? Can we switch it out, maybe?
Okay, is that better? Thank you. I think just to set the context for this document that was published in March of this year, back in July 2022, the net zero plan, the UK government's net zero plan, was challenged in the High Court by the Good Law Project, and the court found that it breached the Climate Change Act 2008 and did not set out how the UK government would deliver net zero, and the government was ordered to deliver a new strategy by April 2023. So in March of this year, there was a flurry of new documents announced through the Powering Up Britain slogan, and the Net Zero Growth Plan was one of them, together with an energy security plan. And in the document, at the start, page 6, we can see the statement that it states the path to net zero outlined in the strategy, i.e. the net zero strategy of 2021, is still the right one. Developments in the last 18 months, that is the war in Ukraine primarily, have reinforced that view. So this plan is about the government taking steps to make sure the UK has got a more energy independent system that is secure and resilient. And so that context, one, is about recognising the inadequacy of what had gone before. Secondly, reinforcing the point about energy security. And importantly, on page 5, it states that the plan is about delivering legislative commitments. And the last paragraph on page 5 refers to the Climate Change Act 2008, and that's how we started today about noting that starting point for these government documents. So, going to the question about the lack of appetite for onshore wind in England, I would say it is still evident. The government talks on page 34 about consulting on changes for a localist approach to onshore wind. It only gets 3 mentions in the document, and as of today there is still no defined approach for dealing with onshore wind by way of a localist or plebiscite approach in England. The second question about recognising the need to accelerate transmission network deployment, the applicant would agree that it's unambiguously supportive of this proposal in terms of its high-level references. Page 30 has been referred to setting an ambition to halve the time it takes to build the new transmission network infrastructure, and part of the proposals is to consult on a new suite of national policy statements for England to replace the current ones, which currently date from 2010 and 11. And that would be a change to the planning system in terms of policy. But in terms of page 27, the references that have been highlighted in terms of the levels of investment and jobs, I won't repeat those. They are set out clearly on page 27. That is clearly a positive socio-economic impact that would result, and the Scottish Government reflects that in their documents, which we'll come on to. Lastly, I would say page 28 is informative, where in the third paragraph it refers to REMA, the Electricity Market Arrangements Review, and acknowledges that there has been consultation already, but there will be a second consultation on REMA to take place in autumn 2023. So it's clear that there's further consultation to take place on the topic that we've been discussing today, which again underscores the sort of prematurity point about making any judgments on that when there is still consultation to be followed. So from a planning perspective, if I can draw an analogy with a development plan, if there was still further consultation to be undertaken on the plan, I would be placing limited weight on any documents that had been issued to date. And I think bringing it back to the land use planning system, which this inquiry is about, is important in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll also come on to REMA in a bit. I'm interested in whether ministers are being recommended to give it minimal, limited, I forgot which word you use, or no weight, which my ears prick up when somebody tells me to give something 0 weight, which I think was what your side of the table has said before. But I don't necessarily expect a definitive answer to that now, but just something to think about. I may be interested to know, maybe it's a matter for closing submissions or something as to which of those two it is.
I think in fairness, sir, it may depend on which part of the document is being referred to, because where Dr Ford and NMP are gazing into a crystal ball and trying to forecast all sorts of things, then it's difficult to see how any of that could be entitled to any weight.
Okay.
I say in the context of the decision which ministers will be making under the Electricity Act. Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on to NMP4, which is National Grid ESO Net Zero Market Reform Phase 3 Assessment and Conclusion. Before I forget, Council, because you've been fairly silent on this in your written submission, if you do want to say anything, I'm not deliberately ignoring you, but we'll come to the bits you've expressed particular interest in shortly, but don't feel that you're not welcome to participate.
Noted, thank you. We don't feel isolated, thank you.
So this is, it's not, I don't think anyone's arguing it's UK government policy. It's prepared by an expert agency, clearly. On page 12 it says the issue of no pricing is still being investigated, and that the authors recognise that there are legitimate stakeholder concerns. We've alluded to some of those, including from Scottish Government, which must be investigated further. So, question first for Dr. Ford, really, what weight can I give the document, given that it is not UK government policy? It's from an eminent source, but it itself recognises that things are still up in the air, does it not?
I'm not going to contest that this policy is not resolved and concluded. But where we're going to find difference between myself and the applicant is the concept that this has no or minimal weight. Even the best of those at minimum weight, I think, is highly dubious. The reason is that I've kind of outlined the kind of broad motivation behind market reform, and obviously this is the first of 4 documents that we're going to look at. So just to recap, we're moving from this 50 generation stations to thousands of generation stations. I've talked about Connect and Manage in 2010, and then the way in which the current transmission system works, and the big 2 problems that that's created in terms of the generation essentially being in the north and the demand being in the south. And the second problem is that the burden of transmission infrastructure that creates. Excuse me. We've also talked about the scale of the problem in terms of the 1.3 billion in terms of constraint costs. The ESO and the regulators' predictions are that constraint costs will substantially rise over the current levels into the late 2020s and into the early 2030s. And that's essentially because the building of transmission infrastructure is way behind the delivery of wind in particular, but renewable energy particularly in the north of the country, if we can put it like that. It is very clear that in these documents we have the 3 key agencies who are responsible for the market, for this framework of the energy industry, are the key drivers. These are the key agencies. You've got the UK government department concerned, which I hate pronouncing, but it's dense or something like that. Maybe somebody will give us an answer to that one day. You have the regulator, who is crucial to the whole operation of the industry. And you have the ESO, the system operator, who not only controls the network and the system minute by minute, but is responsible for its general operation as well. It is very obvious that in these documents, and if you look at the way they work, there is a very high level of coordination taking place between these. This is not one of the agencies doing something speculatively on the idea that it might be a good idea. Frankly, none of the 3 of them have any time to play at that level anyway, because there's so much priority in terms of getting on with delivering net zero. But what is obvious is that they've recognised the problems I've described, and they are taking a highly coordinated approach to finding a solution. So they haven't put this into formal policy. They haven't put this. Some of this will require statutes to change the position. Some of those statutes are actually moving forward at the moment, and we'll come back to talk about those later on. But it is very obvious here that there is an overall sense of direction. And whilst it's quite right that there'll be another round of consultation on REMA in the autumn, it is very obvious that the technical agencies that are involved in the delivery of any change are well down the path towards identifying what the solution is. In fact, they've really identified what the solution is, and what the current position of all these documents is, and the work that's still going on, and will go on to next year as well, is really about almost an implementation phase. It's almost about right, we know what the answer is. How do we work through the consequences of that answer? And in this document, on page 6, in the executive summary, it says, our assessment found that nodal pricing offers the superior outcomes for value for money, consumer fairness, adaptability and full change flexibility. Incorporating locational value into the wholesale energy price through nodal pricing enables congestion to be resolved. Okay. So essentially what they've identified is there's really two solutions or two approaches to solutions to the problems. One is to essentially leave the market framework as it is and use other devices to try and give better locational signals, particularly to generators. Because demand, apart from high energy intensive industries, but demand certainly domestically is not going to move. We're not going to move London to anywhere else kind of thing. Demand is static in terms of its location. But what is peripatetic is generation. It can be moved in different parts of the countries. Different developers can build in different locations. Some developers even develop in more than one location. So it is perfectly possible to move generation according to what the system needs as opposed to what the generators need is the key emphasis here. So one of the options is to leave the market as it is, but to try and give those locational signals through other devices. Now, the one, actually, as Mr. Bell identified in his rebuttal, the one thing that is a locational indicator at the moment is transmission charging, TNUOS. Okay, and if you look at the transmission charges, they are higher for Scotland than they are in London. And as a matter of fact, this area in Argyll and Kintyre has, in terms of the Scottish mainland, the second highest transmission charges in the GB market. That might be a factor of why people don't want to come here to generate. If your cost of producing your wind farm is essentially the same broadly wherever you go, you need to buy turbines, build your foundations, put the turbines up, get your connections. Transmission charges is a key influence. The issue around transmission charging is that the generators don't pick up the full cost of transmission charging. Because of something known as the EU cap, I can explain it if needed, but essentially it places a requirement, a limit on the amount of charges that can be given to generators for charging throughout the whole of the UK. And as a result of that, over 75% of the transmission costs by the 3 generators, 2 in Scotland, 1 in England, fall on consumers. The other 24% falls to generators through the charging system. It is very obvious that in terms of what has happened over the last few years, that is not providing sufficient signals to generators to locate closer to demand. And the problem is that their choices are increasing the cost of the transmission system. If they wish to locate at the north end of Scotland, 700 kilometres away from the centres of demand, that unavoidably is more expensive than locating in the southern North Sea, where they might be 80 kilometres from the centre of demand. And so those signals through the transmission charging system are not adequate. And essentially, the other side to that is what's known as locational marginal pricing. Briefly explain that what it does essentially is to say we will have a price in each market based on the demand and the supply, and the system operator, where there is shortage of supply of energy generation, can buy electricity in an adjoining or a different market and put it into the market that's short of demand. So if we call that place short of demand London, for example, and there's another market somewhere else which has got an excess of generation over demand, let's call that place Argyll, the system operator will become responsible for buying in the surplus areas and delivering to the short areas. Now, I don't want to get too technical here, but that's known as the congestion rent. So what it does is essentially creates a situation where because of the local demand and because of the basic proximity to demand becomes important in terms of those charges, because if you want to supply in London, if you, for example, build a wind farm in the Thames estuary and you connect straight into London, you're a player in that market. The likelihood is that with supply and demand, the prices are going to be higher in London and they're going to be lower in Argyll. So that's essentially the core concept of what locational marginal pricing is. There are two options on the table. One's known as nodal pricing, and the other one's called zonal pricing. So zonal pricing is essentially putting together everything into a region. Let's call that Southern Scotland or something like that. But essentially, there isn't really much difference between those two options. So at the end of the day, and to give a small technical explanation for why they've chosen nodal pricing over zonal pricing in this choice here, is that if you fix on a zone, the probability is that you have to change the zones every now and again to keep them up to date. But what nodal pricing does is to take that competition, that kind of dynamic of the local change of situations, say between here and Glasgow or something like that, and it builds it into the system. The way it will work is that generators will bid, suppliers will, electricity suppliers being the people that represent consumers here, will buy, and you'll get a price in each local market. In terms of answering the overall question here, I appreciate I've drifted off a bit. This is a finding. This is a key finding, and actually represents the point where this agency has recognised a choice. They started the process, this is described as phase 3, and was produced in May 2022. They started the process of looking at this in March 21, and those early phases identified the problem, started running through overall analysis, and came to this, if you like, conclusion. And it is a conclusion, because actually, if you look at the subsequent documents, you'll see that this concept of nodal pricing permeates all of these. It has stayed on the table, and it keeps recurring as, if you like, the main solution to addressing the problem. So whilst I respect the fact that the final decision has not been made, it is very obvious here, because we'll see not just with this document by the ESO, but we'll see it in the Ofgem documents as well, that the key main agencies which are involved with the analysis and evaluation and understanding the consequences of this change are moving towards a conclusion. I fully accept that the UK government is sitting in its position of neutrality. It is statutorily obliged to do that in terms of undertaking a consultation. If it said, here's the answer and this is what we're doing in consultation stage 1, somebody will stick up their hand and say, sorry, but that fails to comply with, and I can't remember which court ruling it is, but there's a court obligation that consultations have to be open to all the choices and can't presume the outcome. Okay, but I mean, as the applicant knows, for even this application, very often these consultations go out, and you know, the applicant knows that it's preferred solution, and that tends to be one that drives the outcome. And in a sense, I suspect that's going on here. But the reality is, this represents a finding that is a key word here, and we can see that it is driving the solutions which are still being evaluated and still being taken forward. So in terms of weight, the idea that this document and the others that are associated with it and the other 20 to 30 documents which actually relate to this, because I've just selected the bare bones basically, and all the other kind of think tank and academic papers that are around this as well, because there's a lot. The idea that this is given no or minimum weight, I frankly don't find credible. I can appreciate that in terms of the applicant, in terms of defending their position, they're the proponent of the application. They, in the sense, they have to say that because this stuff is obviously substantial. But the reality is that these markets that work with nodal pricing operate throughout the world. They're not new technologies. They're not new systems. What we're talking about here is the concept of applying the way that markets work elsewhere and applying it in the UK. That takes a lot of consequences and a lot of evaluation to work out how it should be done. Things like buying the software to run the algorithm to actually run the system is relatively easy. But the general principle is that we have to change from the current system, which is obviously shown to be inadequate, to a new system. These documents are part of that transition process. As I said, it started in early 2021. It's likely to be delivered 2025 or something like that is the target. But we can't just work on the basis that somebody's dropped a green light and all of a sudden policy change. There is a long period of extended analysis, a long period of transition, and this is well down the road. So in terms of weight, we have to give this significant weight because it's very consequential to the proposal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is it cheeky when the ESO is still being investigated and we recognise the legitimate stakeholders that must be investigated? It's what you're saying, those are kind of empty words really because they're so far on the line.
No, they're not empty words. They are the standard type of words that put out with consultations, essentially. And what they're saying is, we haven't ruled anything out. They are still undertaking the full evaluation of the process. And they also need to be put in context. This is essentially the ESO talking to industry. And the workshops that they use include representations from consumers and other bodies and so on. But so formally, you know, all options are still open. And at this point, when this document was produced, which is over a year ago now, that was still very much the case. Sometime this summer, both, and I haven't put it on in terms of a document because it's essentially too late, but I attended a workshop 2 weeks ago with Ofgem, where they're drawing their study to a conclusion. And there's another one for the ESO in 2 weeks' time, where they're also drawing their conclusion. So they're setting themselves up, if you like, to be ready to hand in their big reports in time for the REMA consultation that will take place in the autumn. But it's very clear that this is a coordinated thinking that permeates all aspects of, you know, the key regulators and the decision makers in this. So, if somebody came along and said, you know what, this doesn't work, they would take it on board. But in terms of the consultees, yes, there has been some adverse reaction to it. It's really not surprising. If you look at the industry bodies, the Scottish trade body for renewables has been opposed to it, and quite vociferously. What's quite interesting, though, is that the UK body has not. They've taken... I've watched the dynamics within the body. There's a group that say, we can't have this. Another group saying, whoa, wait a minute, let's just look at this. And actually they came out with a neutral position that we should work this through, because actually they have a better representation of the storage and those kind of specialist developers. There is some opposition. In a sense, there's always opposition to some change. Always somebody is affected. But the weight of opinion is actually that this is probably the best solution and the only solution, And when you start to look at the conclusions to the way these assessments have been getting to, you can see that there's actually cost savings across the board. I mean, I happen to have on the table here the conclusions to the study that was presented 2 weeks ago. It's too late to submit them to you, sir, but they are fairly conclusive in terms of saying this is the right solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Your microphone is getting a bit crackly, as Mr. Bell's was. I don't know, Callum, if we have any more. We're running short, but if we could swap one out, that would be great. Obviously, Dr. Ford went beyond my question to talk about the nodal pricing or pricing options. Yes. Okay. Cheers. Thank you. Very complicated. You can, if you wish, talk about nodal pricing now or later or not at all if you don't think it's relevant. It's entirely up to you. I don't mind when we do. That's why I allowed Dr. Ford to continue. But going back to my original question, which was simply about the weight we can give to this ESO document. So I'll hand over to you.
So on the issue of weight, can I just make clear the applicant's position, which is expressed at page 30 of the rebuttal statement? And if I can just read that briefly, sir. It said that, having analysed the situation in the foregoing circumstances and at a policy level, it is submitted that no weight can be given to the proposed energy market changes in light of their emerging and indeterminate status, and the fact that Ofgem has, despite the REMA, already issued its INC decision and is presently reviewing the FNC. So it's the proposed or options and the various permutations that may play out in due course that the applicant says should not be given any weight. It's not that government policy, either UK or Scottish government policy, should be given no weight. The extent to which the documents before you, sir, reflect government policy at either side of the border is something that requires an assessment and obviously an attribution of weight depending on your own judgment. But what I've noted from Dr. Ford's evidence thus far is that insofar as he is trying to predict the potential changes, he accepts, firstly, that they're not reflected in any actual change in government policy. Secondly, that there has been no final decision on market reform, and as he put it a moment ago, there's still an exercise of undertaking the full evaluation of all the options under consideration. And that's before, of course, we factor into the position of the Scottish Government, which is a matter you touched upon elsewhere. So insofar as locational pricing is concerned, that's an issue that we're very happy to respond to, but it's probably best done at some of the later documents where you can see just how that may sit, depending on which option is ultimately favoured in due course. So, but insofar as the specific document is concerned, I think Mr. Torrance has one or two points to make.
Oh, good. Yes, so it's just to add to this, I guess I want to set a little bit of context to it because I appreciate we come to this document again, or a similar document in this programme of work by the ESO later on in the agenda. But this net zero market reform is a programme of work established by the ESO. The ESO is part of the National Grid Group. It is a regulated body, similar to the transmission owners, overseen by Ofgem, and this programme of work undertaken by the ESO is designed to examine holistically the changes to the current GB electricity market design that will be required to achieve net zero. So this is phase 3. There was 2 phases before that. We're coming on to the final phase. So I just want to put a bit of context there. In terms of weight, it's an interested stakeholder. A key stakeholder, I totally agree, an informed stakeholder, but it is a stakeholder expressing their views, and the outcome of this programme is, and it's stated in the overarching introduction on the website for the ESO about this programme of work, is that it will contribute to the vision for REMA. So this findings will feed into REMA. It'll be assessed through that point before any decisions or policy decisions are considered. So I guess just on that point, I kind of point to page 45 of the document. And on that page, on the right-hand side, it expresses about the need to undertake extensive stakeholder consultation, and also that there's the need for a detailed assessment by BEIS prior to any formal implementation of the decision. So yes, interested stakeholder, I'd agree has little weight in terms of policy decision. It's not a decision. It's views of an interested stakeholder, a wider consultation process which is ongoing. And then I guess, just to reiterate, it might become a reoccurring theme when I talk about a number of these documents, but as referenced by yourself, sir, on page 8, key priority for us is ensuring that existing progress is not undermined and that investors remain confident in our market arrangements throughout the transition. It's a continued reiteration that projects work to meet net zero should continue in parallel to this review being undertaken, which may take many years to come to any form of conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. That is helpful. And that kind of leads me on to the next issue I wanted to talk about: gold plating, horrible phrase, and grandfathering, which is even more horrible phrase. But I want to explore the extent to which were ministers to approve this proposal and then shortly down the road things like nodal pricing came in, would that attach to it a degree of regret that we had gold-plated the network to an extent that perhaps wouldn't have been justified had nodal pricing been telling people to put their wind farms or their solar farms or whatever somewhere else? And given that this, as I understand it, the reference to grandfathering would mean if you get over the line then you're safe and nobody's going to come back and mess things up for you. So just in terms of the cost to consumer point of view, is there a risk that not paying heed to Dr. Ford's warnings could run the risk of wasteful public expenditure or wasteful consumers' expenditure, I guess, if they're the ones who are footing the bill?
Yeah, certainly. All of it is a bit crystal ball, looking into the future of what we don't know. Impact assessments haven't been undertaken to understand what the numerous proposals, of which is one of them is nodal pricing or LMP. So it's very difficult to look forward, and it will be very easy to look back with hindsight. However, what we've got just now is a mechanism what exists. It has relatively recently been put in place. The mechanisms by Ofgem, the RIIO-T2 price control, the framework which this operates in is assessed by a regulator who is there to protect the consumer. And we've justified under that process that this is the right outcome. So, yeah, I'm reluctant to give it either way because without a crystal ball, we don't know what the outcomes will be, but there's obviously numerous stakeholders who oppose to this. This is one example of a stakeholder who's clearly in favour, sees benefits of it, but it's also not the only option in this paper which the ESO discusses.
Dr. Ford, so on this, as has been pointed out, Mr. Torrance has pointed out, there is quite a strong statement in this document and in REMA itself. A key priority for us will be ensuring the existing progress is not undermined and that investors remain confident in our market arrangements throughout the transition. So on the one hand, we've got what I was crudely trying to explain. I'm sure you will do it a lot better, but the gold plating dilemma or the wasting bill payers' money of building something that isn't or might ultimately not be as needed as it might first appear. But on the other hand, a reassurance to those who are looking to invest in the system that they're not going to have the rug pulled out from under them. How do you deal with those two issues?
Obviously, the system is in transition. We are moving from the old regime to a new regime, I believe. I'll put it no higher than that. Although, obviously, the need for that regime is I think I've set out. The issue around gold plating is that and this recognises it, that we might be building the wrong infrastructure in the wrong place. And something that Ofgem has come out with actually in the last few months is a new maxim, which actually follows on from this and the other reviews that are going on. And that maxim is the right transmission in the right place at the right cost. Okay, and initially it doesn't sound important, but actually it's very obvious to them that they have a new concept of what that means. And they're now trying to restructure, reorganise the whole of regulation, if you like, to fit around that concept. At some point, somebody's going to say, which transmission project is important and which transmission project is not important in this sense, in the old sense and the new sense. And that's where I think the word strategic came in earlier on is actually very important, because the UK government has identified clear targets of the offshore wind, and when you look at that, how to deliver that 50 gigawatts by 2030, what happens is you take all of the UK offshore waters wind programme, which is controlled by Crown Estates, and then you take the 10 gigawatts in the ScotWind programme and the existing programme in the Scottish waters, and that gets you to your 50 gigawatts. So that, if you like, is what they've identified as being strategic for the time being. But there's no doubt that they don't want to stop the progress of delivering. It's not about saying stop everything whilst we sort this out. That's frankly completely unrealistic. To have a 2 or 3 year hiatus in doing anything. So they're running the systems going forward, including the kind of approval system for this project, on the basis that at some point they'll make a call later on about when this point of inflection is. So you're quite right, sir. This kind of project is caught in that dilemma, and maybe we'll talk later on about the regulator's decision in relation to this project. But essentially, I've already indicated that I believe this project is not crucial, and it's certainly not within the strategic category of 50 gigawatts of offshore wind. In terms of grandfathering, history tells us, in the way that changes to the regulation of the electricity industry go, is that we do sustain grandfathering rights. It's well established, and no doubt grandfathering rights will be put in some form. They are, as far as I understand it, very open as to about what it will include and who will get rights and who won't get rights. But one of the issues is whether, say, a wind farm, say 10 miles from here, has a right to supply energy to London in the future under this new system. The reading seems to be that they don't have a guaranteed right. That actually they have a right to supply electricity to the transmission grid. In other words, the 5-mile connection to get them to Craigdube or wherever the substation is. They have that right. But they don't necessarily have a right to go beyond that all the way to London. And that's the kind of stuff that's being talked about. So, and in a sense, if you applied that principle, you start to see that the impact of introducing locational marginal pricing has an impact fairly soon, fairly quickly, because it starts to operate on the existing infrastructure, on the existing wind farms and renewable generators. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. What those grandfathering rights are is very much open for question. But one of the drivers for doing this quickly, I understand, is that actually the finance industry thinks it should be done sooner rather than later. That the problem in terms of an investment hiatus is actually not what the market is or what the market's going to be in the future. The issue is around the period of indecision and not knowing where to go. So in a sense, they're advocating going quicker and faster rather than having it long drawn out. In a sense, there's a view here that a wind farm generator, let's not talk about the big ones, because my suspicion is that they've already worked this out and that they're already actually addressing it. And so they're already working offshore, the applicant's sister company is already doing big projects offshore, for example. But the smaller players are the ones that, if you like, might be caught in this situation. There is a sense in which they're being told to, frankly, go and get their feet wet, to go offshore, and to start developing that side. But there's also a level to which they are players in the market. It's as simple as that. And like any player in the market changes, and you have to adapt to the market. So one of the possibilities here is that the market is changed. There are winners and losers. There's no denial that there's going to be winners and losers, and that some of these companies are going to have to change their thinking. But it doesn't mean to say that they couldn't learn to operate offshore or change the technology that they're working with and go to battery or something like that, and find a different way back into the market. So in terms of grandfathering rights, they are still very open and fluid. They are likely to be some form or other, but the terms of that are certainly very fluid at the moment. There's a sense in which the choice for the government is actually not necessarily in terms of protecting the developers, but is actually in terms of protecting the funders that sit behind the developers. And so, as I say, grandfathering rights might be quite limited, and therefore quite brutal. Thank you, sir.
If I sound ignorant, forgive me, but if that is correct, then does that not arguably make it less of a risk of bill payers' money to sanction this project, given that the wind farms to which this would, or who would connect to this system, if they didn't benefit from significant levels of protection? I know nobody knows, but I think it sounds like you're postulating that maybe they wouldn't actually get as much protection as I might have assumed. Doesn't that perhaps weaken the argument that it's risky or it's inappropriate at this late stage, as you would see it, to be sanctioning transmission to serve those potential generators, rather than if they had in fact been guaranteed business as usual, as they might have done, in years gone by?
Sorry, sir, I'm not quite catching the cusp of your question.
Yeah, I'm not phrasing it very well. As I understand it, there are generators who would like to export energy from the Argyll area and can't as yet because there's no way out, there's no transmission to serve them. And there was talk in this document of some sort of policies that might protect pre-existing developments or people who have made a commitment to improve the generation of energy, etc., etc. And what I thought you were saying is maybe the protections that will be offered to such people aren't actually as great as we might assume, and some people might actually just lose out. So if nodal pricing, locational marginal pricing were introduced, then suddenly those developments prove to be unviable, then it's tough. But would that not actually weaken your argument? Your argument seems to be is we shouldn't be sanctioning this development now because around the corner there are big changes happening which will make it, if not redundant, then certainly a waste of money or a not good value for money. But if the consequences of compensating those who've already proposed to develop renewable energy schemes which would plug into this proposal, if they're not actually going to be compensated much, they just simply lost out on the investment they've made to date, and it's just tough. Then surely that actually makes it less of a worry, does it not?
I think the question becomes around the level of compensation they're given. So generators, for example, that are on the list of contracted generators that have applied to these guys for connections, they are paying fees for that work. And one of the problems actually is that if they don't get planning permission, for example, they don't withdraw their application because it costs them more money to withdraw their application. So effectively, they stay on the table as being interested in connections. And it's perfectly easy to see that you can conceive that you could compensate them, if you like, for all of their work that they've done that was wasteful because they've gone through the whole process of designing their project, going through the contract arrangements with the transmission owner and all that kind of thing. That's an on cost which is already established. The question becomes, to me, that's a relatively straightforward cost to cover. And actually, when you set it against the cost of the savings that are available by reducing the amount of transmission, by the other savings that are actually becoming evident in this process, it's actually quite tiny, quite small. The other area of potential compensation is what happens to the wind farm that's already there, 10 miles away? What right does he have to sell his electricity in London, for example? The issue is that at the moment he gets a GB-wide price, and I'm going to call that £45 a megawatt, which is a bit out of date, but without the energy crisis, that's a kind of normal figure, that order of magnitude. It's conceivable in the future that the local market price becomes something like £15, £20 a megawatt, and that obviously considerably affects somebody's development choice about whether they're going to invest here. So that's a big impact. That's essentially the kind of locational signal that this reform is actually really thinking about. The other choice is for the guy that exists there, and in a sense, his choice is either to take his wind farm away, which sounds expensive and unproductive, or to leave it running and just get less revenue than he used to. That, to me, is where the debate about grandfathering compensation is key. But at the end of the day, if you look at the numbers involved in that, they're actually relatively small numbers against the overall gain of doing the project, and therefore they can be kind of taken on board and wrapped into the process. It depends how brutal they want to be in terms of grandfathering rights at the end of the day, and it is still very much a live topic. And I have no doubt that the UK government will not want to get involved in a litigation about that prevents this process going forward. So the track record tends to be that you know, when push to shove, they find the money to compensate them. But it's an area of doubt in the programme that's going on. But on the other hand, I do think the larger developers are already starting to recognise the signals and starting to move forward on, if you like, to recognise it. I'd be interested to know how much pressure there is on Crown Estates to release more seabed in UK waters. We know that they've released the Celtic Sea for floating offshore wind. That has, if you look at the total area that they've got, that's got 40 gigawatts of capacity in it. But it's within the overall picture, it's a relatively small amount. Thank you.
Before we break for lunch, we'd like to come back on any of those points.
So there's one point I'd like Mr. Trons to address, which is the apparent contradiction in Dr. Ford's position when he says, on the one hand, that it would be impractical to have a delay in the consenting process, and he doesn't envisage that happening, but on the other hand, saying that we are in limbo in some way. So that's the specific point Mr. Trons can assist with. In the specific context of the statutory licence obligations incumbent upon an applicant.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is a consultation on future policy, which is still to be determined. There's recommendations for multiple options. The review document, which we'll hopefully get onto soon, has everything on the table. And every single document I think we've been through so far, and I think multiple of them, when we come on to them later, is continue under the current mechanisms. There is no limbo about this project. It is operating under a mechanism implemented 2 years ago. We're encouraged to continue to use these mechanisms, and whatever the outcome of REMA, we will be supportive of that as an interested stakeholder, and we'll respond to those changes in due course, but I think they're quite far away and we cannot pause if we want any chance to meet net zero. We have to continue with what we're doing just now, implementing under the current regulatory framework.
Just before we break for lunch, I wanted to remind Dr. Ford, because I heard a suggestion that you might be wanting to look behind the initial needs case decision of Ofgem, which made me wince slightly. We're not going there. So maybe I misinterpreted what you said, but that's not...
No, I was simply pointing to the competition part of that document, that was all.
It's 1:02. We'll break until 2:02. Thank you. We've got up to NNP 5, Net Zero Britain, developing an energy system fit for the future. Now, a lot of this and subsequent documents, we've kind of already touched on some of the issues already. There'd be a bit of duplication, so I won't necessarily expect very detailed answers to everything I initially thought I was going to ask, or I may not even think about asking some of the questions, but don't feel you can't say something if there's something new that we haven't covered already. Don't feel you can't bring that up. So this is I don't think anyone's claiming this is UK government policy. It's a discussion paper from Ofgem. My quote is, it's intended to stimulate debate. I suppose simple question, similar to one I've asked before. What weight realistically can we give to a discussion paper that says it's intended to stimulate debate? I'll start with Dr. Ford.
I'm going to repeat the answer I gave earlier on this morning, sir, so I'll be fairly brief. It's obviously part of the suite. Thank you. And this is where Ofgem starts to get involved.
That was admirably brief. Thank you. Did you want to say anything other than what you've already said on that point?
Do you want to add to Mr.
Just to say limited weight to that, unless Mr. Torrance is going to no further points. Thank you. Sorry, limited weight to the document, and I was just inviting Mr. Torrance to make any observations, but nothing further. Thank you.
Can I just add one point, sir, in that it's almost a year old as well now.
And it goes on to talk about locational pricing is one option, which would take time to develop and implement. And then it refers to possible alternative options, such as varying network charges through the day, introduction of locational signals to the balancing market, and greater use of flexibility markets to relieve specific network constraints. Again, you don't need to, if you want to add anything in relation to those specific alternatives, but I guess my question still is, does that influence the weight it can be given? It appears on the face of it that locational pricing may be just one of the options being considered.
So it appears here, sir, yes, but in reality, the third option of using flexibility is actually going to occur in any market under any circumstances. The first option of network charging is not really sufficient to address the core problem. So effectively, whilst it is apparently one option, I think the use of the term one option is a kind of, we're trying to be open-minded here kind of approach. And it's just one of the options, but the reality is that's the one they mention. Thank you.
I have your evidence previously about transmission charges and how that hasn't really worked as you see it, disincentivising people up here from, take your point. Anything on this particular?
Just one final point, so I think it's quite helpful. Page 27, paragraph 3.40 states that given the complexity of the issues and the risk of unintended consequences, considerable further work is needed. Just underlines the future uncertainty surrounding that until there is a settled position.
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to find I'd made a reference to paragraph 3.6, but there isn't a paragraph 3.6. That's clearly not right. The note I'd made was top of page 15 on the PDF. Recognises we do not have currently enough transmission capacity to transport all of today's renewable generation at peak output, let alone the expected peak. My note then says it doesn't, however, explicitly say the solution to that is nodal pricing and that we shouldn't be increasing transmission capacity. And it says elsewhere in the document, Ofgem continues to see a role for the Rio price control system, which I think was a point made by Mr. Torrance, I think it was, going forward to ensure continuing investment in new network capacity. And as I say, I can't find the reference for that, but if you take my word, it's in there somewhere. This document, a year old, I appreciate, but this document appears on its face to be Ofgem's view that Rio continues, possibly, alongside or perhaps instead of nodal pricing. What do you say to that?
I agree that Rio will continue in some form. What we're likely to have in some form in the future is transmission owners, if we go back to the 4 functions that they carry out, maintaining the system, planning the system, developing and so on, that maintaining the system is their core activity, if you like. And using Rio to monitor that is just as appropriate in the future as it is in the past. It will actually, Rio will become, or could become, much simpler if these other functions are effectively contracted out or taken away. We know that network planning is being taken away. So the core activity of maintaining the system becomes actually, in terms of regulating that, becomes actually much simpler, because the complexities around the regulation are about the incentives and the innovation bits. But in a sense, those bits are being left out. But the core operating of the system, which the applicant obviously undertakes, is there.
So is that what I've seen referred to as sort of the asset health, or the kind of ongoing non-load related, but kind of just keeping the system working and investing in, renewing old infrastructure and that sort of thing? Is that the thing that you'd see still being controlled by Rio?
And if you like, the day-to-day operation of it. These guys, if I can call them that, are looking at these lines all the time. They're keeping them up to scratch and making sure they're up to standard and so on. That's an ongoing activity. In a sense, if there's been a break, like there was in the storms last year, for example, that's a failure. And what their main day-to-day activity doing is to maintain the system so that we avoid those situations. But that will continue as a Rio, if you like, supervised responsibility.
Anything from the applicant on this one?
Yeah, if I can ask Mr. Torrance to come back on that point, and also to consider the alternatives to locational marginal pricing, which are discussed at 335 and 336 of the document.
Yeah, just to reflect here, Dr. Ford's kind of focuses solely on nodal pricing and LMP. There is, as we've reiterated through the multiple documents we've been through today, this is everything's still on the table at the moment. It's a review, and all options are still available. And in particular, this document, at the paragraphs, Mr. Mackay has just referred to, references, I think, three other alternative options, which could have, quote from Ofgem, similar level of reform to network access rights or dispatch arrangements. And it goes into the 3 bullet points there about introducing greater locational and temporal granularity into network charges, introducing locational signals into the balancing market as another option, and then network operators could also expand the use of flexibility contracts in markets that are being used today to mitigate congestion in parts of the distribution network. So, yeah, I think it's just important to note again that this another document demonstrating that there is multiple options on the table, some with less wholesale market reform required than others. And yeah, just to highlight on 336, the options above would enable locational signalling without major reforms to the wholesale market, to dispatch arrangements or network access rights. In any reformed arrangements, the designs of the network access and charging regime should complement wholesale market and balancing arrangements to ensure signals are consistent and investors have reasonable options for assessing and managing their risk. Combination of LNP with auctioned financial transmission rights is used in several markets internationally to seek to achieve this optimisation.
The other issue I wanted to touch upon, we've been mentioning the future system operator FSO and how and when that might come into being and what the implications of that might be. I think I've seen it written somewhere, and I know Dr. Ford mentioned it earlier, that there was a possible commencement of 2025, I think, for the FSO to come into force. But it says in this document and elsewhere, and I think Dr. Ford himself said it, we understand that may actually require legislation to bring about, given the requirement for a UK general election at the latest, January 25, and who knows if it happens before then. Realistically, how imminent is the FSO? I'll start with Dr. Ford.
It's live, sir, from the point of view that legislation is currently in Parliament. It's in the Energy Bill. I think it's Part 4 off the top of my head. It's referred to as the Independent System Operator and Planner. And it's very clear that the Energy Bill has got a number of other issues which don't necessarily relate to us here, but to do with the carbon capture and storage and hydrogen and all those other things which are, if you like, coming into the energy market in the future. So there's a lot of quite technical stuff in around that. But there are two significant changes in the Energy Bill which are relevant to this proposal. One is the ISOP, which is just a redesignation of the jargon. But notable that the ISOP is including the planning, so there's a centralised planning system that has been talked about and we referred to later on in one of the other documents. That's in the remit of the ISOP, or the renamed FSO. The other thing that's happening is that that's relevant here is that the codes are being changed. So the electricity industry and the operations of the infrastructure and all aspects of it, and the different relationships within it are controlled by what are generally called the codes. So this is the construction and use of system code and the other bits of code as well. And it's generally been recognised that the evolution of the codes has become quite bureaucratic and cumbersome. And one of the other flaws in the current system is that it's really down to the system operator or the transmission owners, and that's felt to be not quick enough, and it means that Ofgem can't direct easily to change the codes. And for example, in just one example, but Chapter 14, everybody knows Chapter 14, I'm sure, is about the transmission charging system and the cost of how transmission owners' costs are recovered, which is obviously part of what we've discussed this morning. So those relationships could be changed more easily following the royal assent, because the Ofgem itself will be able to dictate and direct changes to the codes. And that does have relevance here because it affects the relationship in terms of contracted rights and access rights for generators, and things like how access rights, transmission access rights for generators. And obviously what the past relationship is that they have transmission access rights to go anywhere, but the code potentially gives powers to changes in the codes potentially give powers to Ofgem to change those arrangements. So one of the paths to implementing LMP is actually for Ofgem to direct the changes to these codes. Okay, and that's why it's relevant to this situation. There are other paths being considered, including secondary legislation, I understand.
So in terms of this, it's currently a bill, you say. Do we know timing scale for, Acts of Parliament, etc.?
It's currently in the Lords, so it's quite well through. And actually, if I thought about it, I would have submitted it to you, sir, in earlier on, because it's been around for a few months. It has been adapted and changed, but these parts are essentially the FSO part, the ISOP part, is essentially uncontested. It is fairly obvious if you think about it. My colleagues over here this morning referred to the ESO being part of National Grid, which is obviously a private company. And when you think about how the market might work in the future and how it needs to change in terms of the huge development of transmission and the planning of transmission, all that kind of thing, it really isn't appropriate for that type of responsibility to be sitting in a private organisation, which is obviously the legacy company from the old CEGB going back pre-privatisation and so on. So the thinking here is that the ISOP will come out of the National Grid. They already have a director. They're actually fully established in a sense, but their legal entity, and this has actually been under discussion for 3 or 4 years now, actually, is to bring them out, and they will become, they will in a sense sit beside Ofgem as being an independent operator of the system. So they'll not just have their day-to-day role, their minute-by-minute role of operating the transmission system, but they'll also undertake all of this comprehensive transmission planning. And it'll be them in the future that decide where transmission infrastructure is put, essentially. And that's obviously appropriate, that's a kind of independent governmental function. It'll also, they're also going to get involved in the technical stuff around things like carbon capture and storage and those other things. So their remit will be far wider. But you can certainly see that there's a logic to that, which is really uncontested, that it has to be an independent government agency. So in the future, once it's in place, we'll have the Ofgem doing the economics side, and the ISOP sitting on the other side, handling all the technical operation and planning of the network. Thanks, sir.
So just before Mr. Torrance responds, on the issue of the timeline, the government, UK government, have a guidance fact sheet, and according to that, it says that depending on several factors, including timings of legislation and discussing timelines with key parties, the FSO could be established by or in 2024, right, according to that website.
That's helpful. Thank you.
And that's so it can start planning from that point. They're intending that the planning activity becomes effective from 2025.
Before I go to the applicant, there was another point I wanted to ask, which goes back to page 6, just so I can try and understand it. I'll read: strategic planning at national and local levels is the heading. Working jointly with government, we will proceed with the establishment of an FSO. It will be tasked with leading national planning of the strategic electricity and gas networks, etc. Keep going. We get down to find it a second. Greater planning, but halfway down. Greater planning and coordination will also be needed at a subnational level to ensure strategic development of local energy networks, the facilitation of flexibility options, and to enable reliable, transparent operation of local energy systems. To deliver this, key energy system functions will need to be performed by a body or set of bodies with the appropriate capabilities, functions and incentives to drive net zero at least cost. These institutions may have an important role to play in whole system coordination across electricity, gas, heat. I don't know, that sounds like sitting below the FSO, there's something else, some other bodies, maybe not the transmission owners, but somebody else. Do you know any?
Yes. So sitting below the transmission system is the distribution system.
Sorry, before we go on, so is that your understanding of what this is talking about? It's just the distribution system. It doesn't affect the transmission system.
Well, let me just explain it, because it is a touch more. It's not too bad to understand, but it's a touch more complex than that. So there's a general expectation that a lot of new generation will come in and connect to the distribution system rather than the transmission system. So most of the solar panel parks will collect at the distribution level. And what is happening at the distribution level is that historically distribution was simply delivering to consumers. it didn't have really much activity beyond that. Important activity, but not much beyond that. But what we've seen over recent years is a growth, and there'll be an accelerated growth of generation connecting at the distribution level. So that needs more managed because it has an impact on the transmission system. So it becomes, in the jargon, it's known as negative demand. So that can result, I mean, if there's a big surge, for example, the sun comes out and solar panels start being produced and you start to get a big reduction in the consumption of electricity in a particular distribution area, that has a bigger impact than has happened in the past on the transmission system. So there's a need to coordinate between the national level transmission system and the local distribution system. And it's envisaged that as well as the energy, the ESO become the FSO, that there'll be people known as DSOs. So the distribution companies will be system operators in that local area, and they obviously need to talk to the national system. But it's essentially becoming more complex, and therefore these old barriers need to be managed and reduced. So that's what it's doing. So that's what they meant by local.
Thank you, that's helpful. So effectively the current role of the transmission owner would go, is that right?
The transmission owners will still be transmission owners.
Yeah, sure. I mean, in terms of planning the network, you're saying the FSO would effectively direct how...
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes. So there are different scenarios looking forward from those four functions in the future. But the minimum scenario is that the transmission owners simply become maintainers of the assets only, and you can envisage that other transmission requirements, for example, say the ISOP says that we need a line between Argyll and Cumbria. Okay. Never mind whether reality or not, but let's just say there's two or three options there for them. One is to say to somebody like the applicant, could you potentially design that? Or could they go to another third party to have that done on a competitive basis? So that's one of the scenarios. And then when it comes to the next stages of that process of having got the design, if you like, taking it through the contract management in terms of building it. But one of the other options here is to say to an entirely third party, such as these guys will use a contractor to deliver this infrastructure, is to say those contractors could actually take on the responsibility of designing as well, so that you do a design and build type of concept.
Mr. Torrance?
Yes, thank you. I guess we'll start here. I was going to come on to some of this in relation to No More Pylons, Document 9, Decision on Initial Findings of our Electricity Network Planning Review, because effectively that's the decision by the regulator at that point in time, which is decided on the CSMP and the FSO. However, what it has not decided is the role and scope and responsibilities of the FSO, or the details of what the CSMP actually will be. That's still subject to consultation, determination. So yes, the legislation will be coming in to introduce an FSO. Fully support that being independent from another transmission owner wider group. That's happening, but the details and the intrinsic sorry, can't say it, but the details of it are still to be scoped out and consulted on with all relevant stakeholders to chip in on that. The role, what Dr. Ford has been referring to there, is already exists in the current frameworks. We've got the network options assessment, which the ESO publishes on an annual basis, recommending which projects should be going forward, proceed signals, but they're subject to cross-boundary assessment, so projects crossing the system boundaries, which they can undertake constraint analysis, etc. on. What will happen to regional and local developments, such as Argyll and other Lochy projects we've got underway at the moment, is still to be determined. I think very debatable whether the FSO has the knowledge, the expertise to be able to undertake an assessment to recommend whether a project can happen in these regional local areas. Our argument is that the transmission owners have a huge role still to continue to play there. You're taking potentially very unique issues with local communities away from owners who are experienced with dealing with local communities. There's multiple issues what need to be overcome. So I think Dr. Ford is right where he's going, but again, I think it's a bit crystal ball gazing. There's references there to competition in onshore transmission. That's been determined. It needs legislation which is to come through. Cato models, etc., are all on the table. Competition hasn't been introduced in any form. There's no legal or regulatory way for it to be determined, and the benefits of potential competition in onshore transmission are still highly debated. So that, yes, that may well be the future in 10 years odd time, but when you're talking about what we need to do now to deliver net zero, we can't wait for the outcome of these. It's continue under the current regulatory frameworks, again reflected in this document, and our opinion is that Argyll is a strategic project what falls in line with that. Thanks.
I agree with most of that, sir. And what is still to be resolved is where these boundaries with the different roles lie. In terms of the competition, there is a requirement already to undertake competition, which is where I directed you to the INC section. Mr. Torrance also said something else, which is that in relation to the Lochy, and I'm not going to go too far into this, but he did point to the fact that how Lochys will be dealt with in the future is still to be determined, and that's a fair point. But what he's signalling here is that Ofgem itself is really recognising that the Lochy arrangement might need to change.
Sorry, I agree with that. We've seen it in line with what's came out of the HND holistic network design. We've saw a brand new mechanism brought in, accelerated strategic transmission investment, and that, to be honest, is a great thing to help meet net zero. When you're working with local communities and explaining the need for these projects, you're missing out 2 rounds of needs cases, which are regulators there doing that independent challenge, because the ESO has done work in the background, which the public and stakeholders maybe don't see. So you need to be careful there about how much you're risking the transparency to the wider and the existing framework is there. It's clunky, and it's been the need for it. There will definitely be some form of, pretty certain ASTE will still exist into T3, whether Lottie exists or it was SWW in the previous price control before that, SWW, Lottie, or I've renamed similar, slightly badged, we don't know yet. That's still to be determined in the framework for the new Rio 3 price control.
Okay, just a couple of quick points. And one is that the NAO is really recognised as being, it's a move in the right direction, but it's not sufficient to actually deliver this overall strategic coordinated central planning activity. As Mr. Torrance identified, the failure at the B6 boundary is an indication of that. And I certainly accept that one of the things that might happen with the applicant in the future is that the central planner says, do you know what, we need a line between Bewley and Wick. Okay? Go and tell us, you're the people with the local knowledge, go and tell us whether that's feasible or not, and what the issues are, and that kind of thing. So I'm not saying that the line rules these guys out in the future. I'm saying there's lots of grey areas, and I think there'll be an evolution of this over time, over the next decade or so. Thank you.
Okay, can we move on to REMA? We've kind of referred to it several times already. NMP 6. I'm going to try and rattle through this a bit quicker because we have covered a lot of it. It's not yet policy. It's an ongoing look at reviewing the market. I think there's another round happening autumn this year. Let's pull up the document. So I had a note on page 16, the need for a significant investment in new network capacity to transport all this low-carbon electricity from generators to consumers. Much of our renewable potential is far from our towns and cities. I'm not sure if we need to say any more about that unless anyone desperately wants to. I had a second note on page 34.
So just sorry to interrupt, but yes, there's another useful passage which you perhaps want to note at page 25. It's the bottom two paragraphs. Page 25.
High degree of uncertainty, is that?
Both paragraphs.
Okay.
So to help identify these challenges, we conducted scenario analysis that explored the characteristics of the future system. We conducted this analysis in collaboration with Ofgem and ESO, using both BIS scenarios and National Grid's ESO's future energy scenarios. Further information on the analytical approach is available in the annex. The scenarios used in this analysis are examples of many different possible pathways for the electricity system and should be treated as illustrative. The scenarios are indicative of what a future electricity system may look like rather than being prescriptive forecasts. They are not preferred outcomes or expressions of government policy. And so on, sir.
Just on that point, did you want to say anything else, Dr. Ford?
Just the point to reinforce from this morning that this is obviously the opening document from the UK government on the reform of the markets. They are statutorily obliged to keep all options open on this document. If they indicated any preferred or results, they would be caught in the courts. They need to, for formal reasons, need to keep the options open. But what is also apparent is that the other two agencies are working in cohort with them. And I have heard DENS say in one of the forums, whilst they respect all stakeholder views, they obviously give greater weight to the two specialist stakeholders. Thank you.
My next sort of query was on page 34 in the PDF. Paragraph that starts with, however, one of the key drivers for increased network constraint costs is the lack of locational signals in our existing market arrangements. That's Dr. Ford's, one of his points. Talks about how market arrangements should incentivise going to the right place, effectively. Further down, though, it says, however, since some assets will be restricted in where they can locate, either through the that should be availability of renewable resources, for example, wind patterns, planning regimes, or through the location of supporting infrastructure, locational signals are not a substitute for necessary network reinforcement. Again, it strikes me that if you can't get planning permission for a wind farm in England and it's windy in Scotland, is this not suggesting the door isn't completely closed necessarily, notwithstanding the desire or apparent desire to introduce locational marginal pricing?
What you've described, sir, is the current situation. You can't get planning permission in England for a wind farm. You can in Scotland. But it's not only windy in Scotland, it tends to be windy everywhere. If you do the analysis, you realise that there's a high correlation between wind all around the GB, including the offshore, with wind farms operating everywhere, if you like, when the wind's blowing, and obviously not when it's not blowing. It's very simple. But whilst that is, if you like, alluding to that, there is obviously a considerable amount of options and alternatives of developing renewable generation much closer to demand. So the trade-off could become, do you want a wind farm in Argyll where you have 500 kilometres of transmission required, or do you want it in 250 kilometres away and less? The other thing, just to add briefly, is, I don't want to dwell on this too much, but the load factor for onshore wind farms is, as we said earlier on, stated at 26, 27% of the time. Some of the more modern wind farms in Scotland are getting up to 40 and a little bit beyond. But the offshore wind farms are actually producing new wind farms current generation is producing at 60% load factor. So if effectively you get 50% more bang for your buck by going offshore, and that also is a relevant strategic interest in terms of how much power you can produce. You're not only avoiding environmental effects by going offshore, or minimising them is perhaps a better way of describing it, but you're getting more energy. You can also, offshore, build far higher turbines, because there isn't the, although we're building big turbines in Scotland, with 200, 220, 250 metres, there's no limit offshore, and the only limit at the moment is the technology in terms of the capacity of the turbines. But we are now talking about turbines that are reaching up to 400 metres offshore. The capacity threshold, the maximum capacity of turbines being built in the world is currently around about 15, 16 megawatts per turbine. I know 2 manufacturers in the rest of the world are looking bigger, and the Chinese are certainly looking bigger than that. It's thought that the theoretical maximum of...
Torrance.
I just have a quick question for Dr. Ford, if I can. I understand in my head you need a mix of all these renewables to meet 2030, 2050 targets, offshore, onshore, solar, the lot. But offshore wind still requires the transmission infrastructure to bring it from generation to point of demand. At the moment we're looking at huge investment onshore and offshore, if you like, still within our area, but subsea cable down. So I'm just trying to understand the logic to the arguments of Argyll, where onshore transmission infrastructure is required. Offshore also requires onshore transmission infrastructure from north of Scotland right down to demand centres in England.
2 points to say.
If I may, just before Dr. Ford answers this question, I think what he's questioning is the relevance of his position, and that is an observation that can be made about much of what he said today so far at considerable length, and we're still edging our way through the agenda. There's a concern building, I think, sir, that we're going to struggle to finish this evening unless his answers are somewhat more succinct.
Yeah, and I take some responsibility for that, because I've been asking the same question repeatedly, and it's only fair for Dr. Ford to respond to him, but I'm looking to speed things up a bit. I'll let you answer that point, and then I've got a couple of questions which I'll probably expect a very short answer to, and then we can get cracking a bit more rapidly. Move on to Scottish policy, hopefully.
The general point that we need a diversity of supplies is absolutely right. I agree with that entirely. In terms of the offshore-onshore, there's 2 issues. For example, as part of the ScotWind seabed leasing option, there is a wind farm proposed off Mull, off Jura, off the west coast, if you like, off west of Kintyre, is what I'm politely trying to say. The proposed transmission connection for that, actually, the landing point on mainland Britain is in Wales. The proposal is to simply take the transmission down the North Sea, the North Channel and the Irish Sea. The second point to say about this is that sorry, and obviously related to that, transmission infrastructure is being put out for these wind farms, so it's deliverable. The second point is that actually, one of the problems is the inequality which favours onshore wind, and that is that because of the charging system, wind farms connecting Argyll are actually being supported by consumers because of this transmission charging arrangements where consumers pay 75% of the overall transmission costs. Offshore wind farms pay for their local circuit, as it's known, their connection between their wind farm and the landing point themselves. So the equivalent of a wind farm here, which might require 5 kilometres of connection, which is called the local circuit, that is paid for through the transmission charging system entirely by the generator. The bits beyond that substation are predominantly paid for by the consumer. So a wind farm offshore off Kintyre is going to pay for its connection all the way to Wales. Okay? And therefore there's an inequality between onshore wind and offshore wind in terms of those transmission charges, simply because of the way that local circuit charges is working. And in a sense, if you start to equalise those, you start to run against. One of the things that I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but there's a lot of favourability in the current systems which favour onshore wind in Scotland, which are, unbalanced in a sense, in overall sense.
Okay, I'll be coming back to that point as to repeating my question, I guess, as to whether you disagree with Scottish Government policy in respect of onshore wind. We'll be coming to that in a second. I was going to skip, unless anyone has any huge objections. I had a couple more examples of statements that suggest things aren't yet set in stone. Discussion of revolution or evolution, both remain on the table. We will expand our thinking in the next phase of REMA, which we know is just about to start. Well, autumn this year it's going to start. There will be winners and losers, need to be introduced carefully, blah, blah, blah. There's lots of quotes from REMA which suggest they're still thinking about things. Unless anyone desperately wants to talk about those details, I suggest we just crack on. I think I know your respective positions on how far down the road we've got. So if I may...
Forgive me, are you satisfied then that you've got an answer to the question, the three-line question in the paragraph that begins on page 58-59?
If anyone disagrees... I'm
not disagreeing with you. I'm just.
I think I am. I'm content. I have two answers to that question.
Yeah, okay.
I need to decide which one I prefer. Can we look at NNP 8 very briefly?
So just an observation, really, insofar as the question is concerned, is that the documents say what they say. I mean, the quote at the top of page 58, it remains possible that we could resolve our most pressing concerns with minimal disruption through gradual change and only undertake transformational reforms once we have arrived at a more steady state market. We're exploring all possible options in this review, with deliverability a key criterion in our assessment. If we conclude that radical change is needed, we will set out a clear pathway and so on. So in a sense, the document answers the question.
Dr. Ford says, well, they have to say that, effectively. NMP8, the Beringa document, you might call it. I wasn't planning on asking a huge amount about this. It's not government policy. It was commissioned by the ESO. There was a quote I had from the foreword by the ESO, much more analysis to be done and evidence to be gathered before a decision can be made on the GB future wholesale market design. That was in page 4 of the ESO foreword. Okay, it's the same point. Again, unless anyone wants to tell me anything different, it's the question as to how far down the road we've got. Thank you. NMP 9, initial findings of our electricity network planning review. This was the formal decision. Mr. Torrance this was where you were going to tell me about what you've already told me about, so I don't know if we need to hear it again. I hope not. This is the centralised strategic network plan. I'm not sure we need to talk about anything else. I think we've probably covered it, what stage the legislation has got to. That was helpful to understand. Nothing else on that? No? Excellent. Onshore wind policy statement. Scottish policy. Sorry, I should have a document reference for this. I think it's
801, sir.
801, thank you. At this point, I need to remember to invite the Council to chip in. I'm sure you won't let me forget, Mr. Kelly. So, first point, in the context of what we have before us, Section 37 application, should this statement of Scottish Government policy have more or less weight than all the things we've been talking about earlier? And I'll start with Dr. Ford, please.
This is obviously a Section 37 application under the Electricity Act. It falls under UK legislation. We obviously know that electricity and energy is a reserved matter and therefore the responsibility of the UK government. The Scottish Government's role is really in relation to planning policy and
consenting of schemes under Section 37. You
sure,
accept that?
and I was about to come on to say, for Section 37 and 36, the Scottish ministers obviously have an important remit in awarding or not awarding consent, and that is obviously under UK legislation, really under devolved powers. I could take some issue around the fact of how much the Scottish ministers have regard to UK policy and UK powers, but that's a whole area that we could spend years on. But the point is, they're meant to have regard to UK policy. Given the weight of those policies that I've outlined and the positions, and that effectively in Scotland we're dealing with planning policy, and obviously for this application planning consent is deemed rather than considered. I'm not suggesting we don't in any way properly consider it. My view is that at the end of the day, UK policy has primacy here. Thank you.
Did you want to say anything on this particular document, Mr. Kelly?
So just on that first question you said, energy policy is reserved matter, therefore you have to give great weight to the UK government's policy position. As a practising planner, I think Scottish Government's view on energy and energy policy related matters is important when it comes to the factors as to where consent is granted or not. But the overall energy policy position is reserved to Westminster and therefore carries greater weight. But the consenting issues are in the context of Scottish policy.
The applicant's side of the table.
Thank you. Yes, in terms of energy being a reserved matter, that is correct. But as we discussed at the start, in terms of consent, the policy documents that we did refer to today at the UK level, such as the White Paper and Powering Up, the response to the previous court challenge in terms of the net zero strategy, it would be fair to attach substantial weight to these, because these are also respectful and encouraging of the devolved position in terms of what the Scottish and Welsh governments are doing in terms of renewable generation that contributes to the overall UK target as set out in the 2008 Act, as is referred to in a number of these documents. Turning to the onshore wind policy statement itself, this is a very recently published Scottish Government policy document addressing the land use type which the deployment of this project would enable, namely grid infrastructure, which is the subject of this application. My view would be that the onshore statement can be afforded substantial weight. Thank you.
I won't go through every single example, but there are many, as I'm sure everyone will accept, examples of very strong Scottish Government support for onshore wind. It's in the Minister's foreword, it's in numerous points in the document itself. There's an aspiration to have a minimum 20 gigawatts of onshore wind installed by 2030 in Scotland, which is more than doubling the current capacity. I suppose the question which I set out cheekily, and I've been trying to get that out of Dr. Ford on a number of occasions, is you don't agree with Scottish Government's gleeful approval of onshore wind energy proposals, do you?
There might have been a time when I would have done, but obviously the 20 gigawatt comes from essentially the Butaas Agreement and the arrangement between the two parties in power. Since that agreement, the ScotWind auction delivered far more power than was ever anticipated. I don't know whether you know the numbers, but the original number was that at best it might deliver 10 gigawatts of power, and they threw in the deep offshore, the floating offshore, really on a speculative basis. And we won't go into the mechanics about the pricing and the errors that were made with that, but and you know, getting them sorted out. But I do wonder whether a government, Scottish government, that necessarily doesn't have the political arrangement that this one does, might actually review the onshore wind target in the light of the success of the offshore auctions. We'll come on to it a bit later on, but so we currently have 10 gig in the pipeline for offshore. The fixed offshore, sorry, let me start again. We currently have 10 gig in the pipeline offshore. ScotWind had another 10 gig fixed offshore, which was expected to be delivered. That would have given us 20. But they also got another 17 on top of that, 17 gigawatts on top of that from the floating. That was far more than was ever expected. And in a sense, it dwarfs the 20 gigawatts, because 20 gigawatts at the end of the day is the ambition. But of course, we've already got 10 operational. And there's another 2 or 3 in the pipeline which are consented and you know, in the construction phase. So reality is that 20 gigawatt ambition onshore actually really means 8 to be added. And I do wonder whether given the roaring success of the ScotWind auction, and incidentally there's another 6 gigs sitting around offshore for the INTOG, which is to do with drilling rigs and things like that, which is potentially going to be rolled in long term. I do wonder whether actually a different slightly coloured, how can I put it, more yellow and less green, government might have actually wound back a bit on that extra 8 gig. I'll pick up other points later on, but I mean, one thing to say here is I'm not against onshore wind and offshore wind. You know, my analysis, my view is that actually it's about looking at the local environmental effects. There are locations in Scotland where you know, the local environmental effects are quite minimal, and therefore it's suitable. But there are also other locations where the local environmental effects are considerable. And then the second thing behind that is the location to the market. And my concern, if you like, is in the energy strategy document, you get to a figure of 68 gigawatts of capacity onshore and offshore of wind in Scotland. Given that Scotland itself needs something like 7 to 8 gigawatts in the future when we've decarbonised heat and transport and so on, and the options that are available down south, I do wonder whether that is required. And actually, I don't want to be too controversial here, but if locational marginal pricing is brought in, I do wonder whether it would actually be delivered or not.
Okay, thank you. I have your answer. I don't necessarily. I mean, the question was addressed really, Dr. Ford.
Can the council say?
Oh, yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
I have to obviously be mindful that here I represent the council rather than setting out my own thinking on this. From the perspective of the council, the offshore wind energy policy statement is really just a slight increase in what was already a strong Scottish Government policy support for onshore wind. The main difference is the setting of a target, a specific target, which wasn't in previous policy documents. The second aspect to the Council's position is just a slight lack of understanding in terms of how this proposal would enable a contribution towards the target. Because from my reading of the papers available to the Council, it's not quite clear whether this overhead line is to support schemes that already have consent and are therefore available to be built, or is it to support schemes that have yet to gain consent? And the answer to whether this line will help meet the targets might relate to the answer to that question. But in general terms, the Council has always noted that there is, at Scottish Government level, a strong measure of support for onshore wind.
I'm jumping ahead of myself slightly, but is it fair to say also that your client, as a council, is actually itself pretty supportive of maximising the potential of its area for renewable energy generation?
I think you'd ask the question. There's an agenda item later. The Council is supportive of renewable energy, but it's also supportive of renewable energy in the context that the benefits locally are maximised. And you raise this a couple of places on the agenda, sir.
Did you want to say anything about that particular point? Yes.
Really, ready to answer the second question on the agenda, which is the level of. There's two aspects to it. First one is the level of support, and secondly, whether it can be applied to the proposal. And in terms of the first question, the onshore wind statement on page 3, which is the statement by the Minister, second last paragraph, states that continued deployment of onshore wind will be key to ensuring our 2030 targets are met. Also on page 3, paragraph 1.1.2, it states we must now go further and faster than before. We see the next decade to see a substantial increase. We expect the next decade to see a substantial increase in demand for electricity. That goes back to the point we talked about earlier in terms of that demand forecast. 113, this will require a substantial increase in installed capacity across all technologies. So the government also clearly supports offshore and solar in that regard as well. 1.1.4, our aim is to maintain the supportive policy and regulatory framework which will enable us to reach that target. Now, the target is well known. It is set out at section 1.3. Now, Mr Ford said that started with the Butte Agreement. It goes further back. The source document that the government relies on, paragraph 1.2.2, is the Climate Change Committee carbon budget. In all the scenarios, there's 30 gigawatts of onshore wind, and 20 of that is expected to be derived from Scotland. Also, if we go to section 3.6, which provides the specific link to NPF4, we can see the reference 3.6.1 to the target, and the following paragraph at the end states that the approach includes stronger weight being afforded to the contribution of the development to the climate emergency as well as community benefits. Now, the development in that context is onshore wind, but stronger weight must mean something extra, more than was previously attributed in the SPP context. Lastly, in terms of the support question, on page 49 in the conclusion, the statement in the first paragraph is deployment of onshore wind is mission critical for meeting our climate targets. So it's not just a nice to have, it's not just one of a number of options. This is the technology that the government wants to maximise deployment of by 2030 in order to secure that target of 2030, which is the interim target under the 2019 Emissions Reduction Act. Turning to the second aspect of the question, can it be applied to the proposal? I would say yes, indirectly, because this development would enable, as a nationally important development, it would enable other nationally important developments to proceed to commencement of development and implementation. Without this project, these onshore wind projects will not proceed, and climate targets will crumble and will be frustrated when you consider the level of contribution the projects could make to targets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just come back on one thing there? I take the point Mr Bell has just made in his last point. Could he tell the Council which onshore wind developments this line will facilitate and which would not go ahead without it?
Yes, we can do. Mr Hill has information in that regard which can be provided.
Yeah, so in the current contracted background, we've got a number of onshore wind generation within the local area that are contracted to connect to this network, and that total currently is over 1,000 megawatts. Yeah, so just to say in the current contracted background, we have a number of onshore wind generation that's contracted to connect to this network, and that current total is over 1,000 megawatts.
But that will include wind farms which are not yet even applications, never mind wind farms which are not consents?
Yes, that's correct.
Could go back to the Council's question, please, if I can put it through you, sir. Can you please tell the Council which existing consented developments are being held up for the lack of this line? Thank you.
Yes, so we have around 380 megawatts, and we have some examples of that in terms of Blargower wind farm is one of the examples within there. Tangy 4 wind farm as well. Tangy 4.
So that's 2 wind farms. We have noted those wind farms. Thank you. We can return to that in submissions.
So I don't necessarily go into some of the points Mr Bell raised, because they kind of will come up again in NPF 4, and it might be easier to deal with them then. But I did want to see if anyone disagreed with his point that this scheme can benefit from the strong support we've been talking about for onshore wind. Does anyone dispute that because this is an enabler of something that Scottish Government expresses strong support for in the onshore wind policy statement, it ought to benefit from similar strong support? I'll look at Dr Ford first.
It depends on the market structure, is a simple answer. Yes. Okay. Yes, provided the capacity that is envisaged. One thing that's not very clear on this is that my understanding is, and perhaps Mr Hill will confirm, is that the proposed capacity of the line is circa 2 gigawatts. And you're talking about 1 gigawatt of contracted power. So really there's 1 gigawatt spare. I appreciate you've got some already on the system, which is met by the current infrastructure broadly. I know some of it's not, but those are the broad numbers, aren't they?
Sir, if this is interest to you, I'm happy not to intervene, but it does look as though Dr Ford's getting back into one of his favourite themes.
No, I don't want us to go back into justifying or arguing whether the decision of Ofgem was...
I'll withdraw the question.
Thank you. Yeah, let's... It's an interesting...
Well, with respect, I don't think that's what he was doing. He was talking about projects that are not yet consented.
Well, Ofgem has decided through the INC that this design of line is needed. That I said we weren't going to look behind. Can we... I'll just ask the Council, Mr Kelly, did you have any dispute with Mr Bell's point that they can benefit, certainly under the current market arrangements, from the strong support for onshore wind in Scotland?
Yes, but the strong support for onshore wind is not unconditional. Environmental factors have to be taken into account as well. And come on to NPF 4 and the offshore wind policy statement are both very clear that locational decisions still have to be made.
So I had a couple of questions for Mr Bell, I think, or one of that team. Paragraph 3.4.4, page 16, hopefully. PDF page 16. 3.4.0. Yeah, this was a question. This is in the context of obviously proposals for wind energy generation, but we've talked about how I think there's a general agreement that this applicant can benefit from support for wind energy generation. So I guess we'd accept that they're bound by the expectations of wind energy generation proposals. In this case, protection of existing forestry as well as expansion is integral to our climate change targets. woodland removal should be kept to a minimum, and where woodland has failed, it should be replanted. So there is a fair degree of woodland removal required in order to implement this. I'm assuming that the applicant accepts that they are covered by this assumption that you will retain forestry as far as possible, and to what extent have you done that?
Yes, I think the context in this document is, if the whole section is read through, lands on the position of the preference for the keyholing technique for turbines within forests. And one of the benefits of taller turbines is that there's less turbulence from forest cover. Therefore, there is a growing preponderance for greater keyholing techniques to be followed rather than clear felling forests. So I think that will happen anyway, and the government is encouraging that, and we can see that coming through at 3.4.6, that approach is deemed a sensible solution, but it's recognised that 3.4.8 that the successful integration of turbines and forestry will depend on the unique attributes of each site. So I think this is, I would say, more relevant to turbine siting and planning. The difficulty with an overhead line is it's going from point A to B, it's at ground level. Inevitably in the west of Scotland, where there are large forest resources, there will be some impact, but that can be addressed through routing strategies as appropriate. I think in terms of the specific forestry impact, it's probably more appropriate to deal with that, I would suggest, in NPF 4 when we get to the relevant policy there, and Mr Thompson is available to provide some further detail.
So there is a 6.1b or 6b1, I think it is, that there is a clear specific policy which I think you agree does affect.
I would just finish to say, insofar as the control of woodland removal policy is referenced here, then that does apply, and that would be satisfied in terms of the compensatory planting proposals. Thank you.
Similar question. Hopefully not take too much time. Page 29, paragraph 5.1.4. The Scottish Government expects all onshore wind developments in Scotland to support our national and local supply chains, and we're determined to see significant increases in local content to steadily increase our skilled workforce, see greater diversity, and for our energy sector to continue to boost our local economies. Do you think you consider yourselves bound by that expectation, and to what extent do you think you'd be able to contribute to it?
Yes, I mean, specifically this would relate to onshore wind supply chain, but the applicant already progresses commitments in relation to that topic. In my topic paper on page 15, over to 16, in the context of paragraph C of policy 11 of NPF 4, which relates to socio-economic benefits, I make reference to the applicant's sustainable procurement code and also its supplier guidance. And one of the key objectives in that suite of documents is that economic value is shared. And I've set out in my topic paper the obligations that the applicant places on parties that are tendering for infrastructure works to local supply chain. And I won't repeat the detail there. It's set out up to paragraph 2.8.18 in the topic paper. And already, if people have driven around Argyll and Bute, they will see the investment that has gone in already into the wider network. And I've referenced some of the work types that are involved in the local supply chain, such as access tracks, construction, plant supply, office and project staffing, so that's direct jobs within the area, aggregate supply, concrete supply, fencing works, food and drink and beverage supplies, and various forestry works. So there's a range of activity already being stimulated in the local economy, and that will have direct, indirect and induced effects on the local economy, which will be positive. And I would say that would be in line with the NPF4 requirement, and also fits with what the government is signalling as a policy aspiration in the onshore wind statement.
Anyone consider that local supply chain benefits, spin-off benefits, etc., are not a valuable material consideration to which some regard should be had, Mr. Kelly?
They're obviously a valuable material consideration. I don't know whether Councillor Green would want to comment on just how successful supply chain support has been locally, and perhaps also if you might wish to comment on whether Argyll and Bute Council feel that the area has secured maximum local economic benefit from renewable energy, but it's obviously a matter for the Council.
Thank you. In terms of transmission lines, I'm not personally aware of there being a significant contribution to the local economy in terms of that. You can see the development around, but it's very transitory for that. Obviously, renewable energy can have more of a longer-term contribution with community benefit and so on. But from transmission lines, there might be a fairly small transitory benefit during construction, but I wouldn't have seen that as having a significant impact in my experience anyway.
Did you have anything to say, Dr. Ford, on that?
Just very briefly, sir, and that is that obviously with onshore wind, there's a fair amount of discretionary spend by the developer, by turbines anywhere in a sense. I think we need to recognise that this is a regulated business, and therefore they are under certain obligations to meet on in terms of cost issues, and therefore the discretion in terms of spend is actually quite limited. The other thing is actually the physical infrastructure, the conductors, the towers, etc. Need to be bought essentially nationally, because there isn't a supplier in Scotland, which is why we get to the councillor's point of view that there isn't actually much discretionary spend from these things. But ultimately, at the end of the day, my feeling is that this clause doesn't actually necessarily apply to the applicant to this proposal.
Okay, so you did describe it as a valuable material consideration. With respect, it's short term if it exists at all, because once they're built and everybody's gone away, there's no continuing lasting benefit. So that would be a point I think the Community Council would want to bring home.
Sir, as you noticed yesterday, perhaps Mr. Clark has some experience in this locality and I think wants to make a contribution on this point.
Yeah, just on the back of the old Inverarnan to Crossy project, it's just recently finished. We've calculated the data back only as far as April 2020. We actually started almost a year before that, but it's in the period from April 2020 until March this year. We've invested £7 million on food and accommodation in the area. £250,000 that's been invested in the local road environment with Argyll and Bute Council, and we've got 50,000 plus bed nights in the area for the people working on the project. So that's just a few examples of the local investment.
Thank you, that's helpful.
And the continuing?
Some of the guys, the resources are still on site for that project at the moment, and we would expect similar approach to the resources that are coming in or would come in for this investment, this project.
Sorry, that should have been through you, sir. But yeah.
I understand it's temporary, but it's substantial. Those are the two sides of the argument, I think. Thank you both. Trying to move on a bit more speedily. Paragraph 8.3.3, page 46. I said I would get to, we've already alluded to it previously, Scottish Government not particularly impressed with UK Government's potential changes to, well, in fact 8.3.2 possibly, but 8.3.3. In a net zero world, it's counterproductive in the extreme to care more about where generation is situated than what type of generation it is. A new approach is needed here. Rather than small modifications to methodologies, we'll continue to raise this with Ofgem and UK government. Push for a fairer solution recognises renewable capacity of capability of Scotland. I'm not sure whether it's the point that the UK government is proposing, or at least consulting on doing something that Scottish Government simply disagrees with fundamentally. I don't know if we need to talk about that anymore, but if you want to say anything, Dr. Ford, please do.
It seems to us that a throwaway, obviously political line of this kind doesn't sit very comfortably with a document which says the right development in the right place. The best mitigation is choosing the right place, and that seems to me to fly in the face of that. So, with respect to whoever wrote it, I don't agree with it. We don't agree with it.
That's an interesting interpretation, and a perfectly legitimate interpretation. I suspect it was intended to be directed at that one specific point about locational marginal pricing or whatever, but it's a fair point, Mr. Campbell. Do we need to say any more about, there's a disagreement apparently between Scottish Government and what appears to be emerging south of the border, but do we need to say any more than that?
A couple of points, sir, and I'll take them through fairly briefly. Certainly, the next sentence actually says a new approach is needed here, which is actually quite interesting because that's, in a sense, what is happening. But like Mr. Campbell, I also contest the wisdom of that sentence that you've quoted about counterproductive in the extreme. In terms of the Scottish Government's position, my suspicion is, and it must be speculative, of course, is that they will change their view in time. To me, this is about trying to protect the onshore wind industry, which this is the OWPS, of course. But actually, one of the things that I don't believe they've recognised or understood, perhaps, is the fact that if you introduce locational marginal pricing, there might very well be a substantial fall in the wholesale price of electricity in Scotland. That will be to the considerable advantage of Scottish consumers, and I think in time we might see Scottish Government's position evolve into recognising that. The second thing is that there is actually a benefit not just to consumers, but also a potential benefit in terms of attracting energy-intensive industries to Scotland. If there's a genuine complaint in Scotland that why do we pay GB-wide electricity prices when the energy's here? And essentially what LNP would deliver would be a substantial reduction in prices for electricity when the wind is blowing, but also be a potential location for energy-intensive industries in the future. So I don't think the picture is entirely as black as the Scottish Government portrays it in this. I'm also aware that this is, in my view, a kind of knee-jerk reaction to what's going on, as opposed to a considered, in-depth view of it. And I'm aware that policy changes, if you like, in the light of different circumstances. I wonder, as I say, whether they might review their attitude in a year or two's time.
I can't resist, but you talk about potential drop in the wholesale price of electricity. I can't resist but say that doesn't necessarily translate into the retail price of electricity. You can't necessarily assume that that will also fall so that consumers and industry, etc., will benefit. Is that fair?
No, I don't believe it is, sir, because I believe the market will... If you look at the electricity price at the moment in Scotland or London, wherever it is, there are two or three constituencies that the regulatory subsidy support, which is relatively small. There is the distribution of energy costs, if you like, the running of the local network, and obviously in north of Scotland, these guys' area actually gets a subsidy from other UK consumers. There's the transmission cost, and then there's the production of electricity cost. And at the moment, they're all, apart from the distribution level, they're all done nationally. Okay, so the wholesale cost of electricity and the transmission cost is spread evenly across the country. What would happen in the future? And I have to say, the biggest proportion of that is actually the wholesale production cost of electricity. But if we move from a position where the wholesale price is not £45 in Scotland, but 10, 15, 20, that is something that will have an impact on prices. And if it's not reflected, I mean, essentially, the market will determine that suppliers that provide local electricity, if you like, reflecting that local price, will be the winners in Scotland. So if an electricity supplier, who are the people that sell electricity to consumers, try to take a national-based pricing system, the reality is that other competitors will come in to substitute for them. That's essentially what we're looking at here. We're looking at this idea that there'll be a local price in each local area, and there'll be a fair amount of hedging going on with different suppliers, but ultimately they will have to reflect the fact that the wholesale price of electricity in Argyll, for example, will become quite low.
Anything else on this one? Yes.
Just to give you our answer on that question, sir, I think from reading Mr. Ford's position, my conclusion would be that the views are diametrically opposed. And Mr. Ford's conclusion in his hearing statement is that there is no established policy basis for the proposal. And I take a different view, that there is an established policy basis, and we've explored that in terms of the onshore statement and NPF4 we're coming on to, and the relevant UK government policy and legislative documents. So I think the two cannot be reconciled. They're very opposing views, the Scottish Government policy position and those of Mr. Ford. And I think if Mr. Ford's views are to be preferred, then the Scottish Government's policy approach would be frustrated and undermined. That would be my position. So, in my view, more weight needs to be placed upon the policy documents that we've been through for the reasons we've set out. Thank you.
I'd like, if possible, to dance over very quickly the draft energy strategy and just transition plan, given that it's draft. I suppose I'll ask Mr. Bell, it's draft, limited weight, presumably on that basis, and from my reading, it doesn't say anything massively different to what we've just been talking about. Are you content, or if you have anything specifically you want to pull out, fine, but if not, we'll perhaps dance over it.
I would agree with that in terms of limited weight, and I've referred to the relevant aspects in the annex in my topic paper. Thank you.
Do you want to say anything that we haven't already said in this? I'll look, Dr. Ford first.
Agreed.
Excellent. Shall we have a little break before we get on to NPF4 and local development plan policy? It's 25 past, so we have 15 minutes, I think. Thank you. For keeping the door open or closed. Understand the midges have been coming in, not biting me, but others. Open? Anyone disagree? We have aircon going as well. I think that will be turned off shortly, but there's a balance between being too hot and being eaten alive, and I don't know what's the best, to be honest, but how bad are the midges? Well, I'm told some people have been... We're all right today then. Okay. We'll keep things as they are. Okay. NPF4. Finally, my plan for this was really, I think, to take Mr. Kelly's evidence as the main sort of source, as it's he who has probably said the most about NPF4, or certainly from the objecting point of view. So I was going to use Mr. Kelly's document as a basis for a few questions I had. NPF4 itself, obviously CD 6.1. The first thing I wanted to talk about was national development status. We know from page 97 on the PDF, which talks about what a national development status confers. The applicant, I'm sure, isn't saying that it's akin to the grant of planning permission. They're not saying that, but they are, or NPF4 is clear that the principle of development shouldn't be questioned at the development management stage for something that is designated a national development. And of course, we know National Development 3 talks about, and I think that's page 103 of the PDF. Strategic renewable electricity generation and transmission infrastructure. Again, don't correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think anyone has questioned that the proposal falls within that definition. So my first question, and I'll direct it first probably to Mr. Kelly, is what do you think is meant by the principle of development should not be questioned at the development management stage, and what are the implications of that for decision that ministers should be taking in this application?
My interpretation of that is that it is a generic statement of support for this type of development. I don't think that can then I'm not comfortable with that translating across then to being support in principle for a specific development in a specific location, because the person who wrote those NPF words would have no knowledge of the specific locations or the specific projects. So I am very comfortable to accept it as being a clear statement of support for this type of development in Scotland, and that fully accords with the Scottish Government's policy position.
Dr. Foley, do you want to add anything to that?
Not very much. Just to point out that on page 103, obviously, there's a specific mention of life cycle assessment. Elsewhere in NPF4, there's a requirement to undertake life cycle assessment for this type of development. That's not necessary because it's stated here.
Yeah, you very fairly accept that there's no need to go there in respect of this. You're content that it's been done properly, and yeah, thank you. Is that as far as you're intending to sort of push it, if you like, Mr. Bell? You're not saying any more than it's accepting the principle, or are you?
No, I think Mr. Kelly's position was very fair. It is a generic statement of support and clear support, as he said, and it doesn't go down to a specific location or a specific project. And we see the clear wording on page 97 at the bottom paragraph. Their designation means that the principle of the development does not need to be agreed in later consenting processes. It goes on in the supporting text to state their designation is not intended to describe in detail how the project should be designed, matters to consider or impact assessments or mitigation. Then, in addition to the statement of need, decision makers for applications for consent for national developments should take into account all relevant policies. So that I think quite helpfully gives some guidance. And then on page 98, you can see it states that the policy should be read as a whole, and we get some further guidance on that from the Chief Planner in the Chief Planner's letter, which may come on to. But I mean, that is helpful. It's CD 06004, and it tells us that, again, the policies need to be read as a whole, and NPF4. And it also says conflicts between policies are to be expected, and that's nothing new. We're used to dealing with that in the planning system. So just to conclude, I would say that statement of need is very clear, and that is reflecting the principle of development, and it tells us the types of infrastructure and generation developments that would be supported by that national development. Thank you.
Okay, we're all pretty much in agreement with that. I'm kind of reluctant to return back to this mysterious phrase, but I am going to. So back to page 103, third paragraph, which is talking about the strategic renewable electricity generation transmission infrastructure national development. The electricity transmission grid will need substantial reinforcement, including the addition of new infrastructure to connect and transmit the output from new on- and offshore capacity to consumers in Scotland, the rest of the UK and beyond. We've talked about all of that. Delivery of this national development will be informed by market policy and regulatory developments and decisions. I'm not sure if we're ever going to know exactly what that means, but does anyone, is it possible to answer that, or is it just, it seems like a generic, I think Dr. Ford described it as a generic kind of statement. It's almost stating the obvious, is it not?
I would say it's an observation the government's making that there's a wider context of influences on this type of infrastructure, as there may be on others, whether that's flood defences or other types of infrastructure. There will be other factors beyond the planning system that may have a bearing at some point.
I think the only thing to add to that, sir, was that the immediate context for the statement is also important. The paragraph needs to be read as a whole, obviously, where it says the electricity transmission grid will need substantial reinforcement, including the addition of new infrastructure to connect and transmit.
I think I may have had, I've lost it now, but I may have had a separate point on the agenda to talk about the climate and nature crises, but given that that is the focus of Policy 1, I was actually just going to propose to move straight on to going through all the policies, starting with Policy 1, and using Mr Kelly's statement, as he's the one I think who said most about all of these things. So Policy 1 you find on page 36, I think, of the PDF. It's obviously concerned with the two crises, climate crisis, nature crisis. The Council says both are important. This will cause some harm to nature, and there's no evidence of any verifiable or measurable beneficial effect on climate. I think that's page 31 of Mr Kelly's statement. Do you want to expand upon on that and how you think that causes conflict with Policy 1?
I agree Policy 1 is an overarching policy. I agree it's important, and I agree that both aspects must be addressed, climate and nature. But interestingly, in terms of the policy outcomes, I see that here it says zero carbon, not net zero. Now, I don't know whether that's just sloppy wording on someone's part, but as I'm sure you appreciate, zero carbon is rather radically different from net zero carbon. But I think where it takes us is an evidence-led approach. And you can see that in Policy 3 that we'll come on to discuss, that in terms of responding to the nature crisis, we're moving towards an evidence-led approach on net biodiversity gain. Here, I think, and I have to bear in mind again, I'm representing the Council rather than my own professional views, but I echo something that Mr Campbell said in a previous wind farm inquiry, where he said we must be careful around decision-making based on political soundbites. And I have seen no evidence, and I say this as someone who has run climate change projects on a trans-European basis, I have seen no evidence that anything we do in Scotland will have a material effect on global climate patterns. Now, what we do in Scotland may result in reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and will result in greenhouse gas emissions results, positive results, but that is different from claiming any effect on climate change. And it's that which is the concern. But nonetheless, when it comes to decision making, the Council will consider both parts of this policy in determining its position on applications.
Okay, I'll deal with that first. I've got a few more questions about Policy 1, but do you want to deal with that point first, Mr Bell?
Are you happy if I just respond to all points that have been raised fairly quickly? So, just in terms of the first one, in terms of some harm to nature, there's been an EIA prepared for this application which sets out appropriate mitigation, and there are no unacceptable effects arising. That is confirmed by the position of all the consultees to the application, and was also the position of the professional officers of the Council. And I understand impact on nature conservation is no part of the Council's case against the application. In terms of the position that there's no verifiable benefits against climate, and this development would have no material effect on global climate patterns, I think it needs to be remembered, if that approach was the accepted position on every application, whether it's renewable generation or grid. It's a matter of just saying, well, we're wringing our hands in despair, we can do nothing. But the fact of the matter is we have a clear policy position set out in the Scottish Government documents that onshore wind, which this development would enable, is critical to the climate targets. And as we started off today, the UK obligations under the Paris Agreement mean that the UK is not the only country, or Scotland is not the only country. It's part of the UK. It's part of 195 other signatories to the international agreement to reduce harmful emissions to the climate. So that context needs to be remembered. Final point, in terms of net zero carbon, I don't think that's of any materiality. It's called net zero by 2050 because it's accepted that there will be some emissions, so there may be a need to have some offsetting to get to the zero position. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about, and I think this was a point made by Mr. Bell, the actual wording of Policy 1. I think he described as significant or quite a departure from what you usually see, in that it actually instructs the decision maker as to the weight to be given. When considering all development proposals, significant weight will be given to the global climate and nature crisis. Do you agree that is quite a radical departure from what we've seen previously?
Yes, it is, but I'm still intrigued as to what it means. I mean, to give significant weight from a development to the global climate crisis means that you have to know what effect the development is having on that crisis, and then you can give significant weight to that. And if it is emissions reductions, then that's important, and you can give weight to that. It's just the wording, significant weight given to the global climate crisis. My interpretation is that implies you need to know what the effect is, so you can give weight to it, and it's no more than that, sir.
Standpoint.
Perhaps an example. So if we were dealing with, let's say, a major out-of-town retail park on the edge of Inverarnan, and that was anticipated to lead to quite considerable car movement and through haulage traffic as well, then a view might be taken that the balance tips in favour of a negative contribution to the climate crisis. So in the Chief Planner's letter, it says on page 3, I think it is, it will be for the decision maker to determine whether the significant weight to be applied in Policy 1 tips the balance in favour for or against a proposal on the basis of its positive or negative contribution to the climate and nature crisis. So here we don't have a retail park, we have enabling development, infrastructure development that will deliver up to 1,000 megawatts of renewable capacity, which the government tells us is critical to the attainment of the 2030 target and beyond. So my position would be that a clear reading of the policy and the guidance we have from the Chief Planner can lead to a positive outcome for the application. And in terms of the nature crisis, the EIA has demonstrated no unacceptable impacts with no objections from consultees, and biodiversity enhancement is also proposed. So all that is in the mix in terms of the balance to be struck.
Do you accept that, Mr. Kelly, that in fact all you need to know is which direction the balance is going? Is this going to help or is it going to hinder? Can you not tell that by the nature of the proposal, and therefore whether the significant weight is a factor in its favour?
You can take that into account, and in doing so, you would look at the various aspects of the development. So Mr. Bell mentioned that in terms of the effects on nature, there were offsets to mitigate those effects on nature. But of course, the first principle is avoidance. So so you need to consider that. And secondly, of some concern to the Council is whether the construction effects are offset in the balance as well. So I do accept that if you approach it on that basis, looking at the factors within your knowledge, then you can decide whether the direction of travel in relation to this project is forward or backwards, but taking into account all the factors that are available to you. Yes, sir.
And what do you say to an argument that is often made, and I believe it has been made on this occasion, that the greatest threat to nature is climate change, and that therefore that they're not necessarily in conflict? Do you accept that point?
Acting for the council, I'll not say anything on that. Or like Dr. Ford, I could, on personal capacity, embark on a thesis there. I think from the perspective of the council, it's sufficient to say that when it comes to assessing individual developments, there can be tensions between the two.
Just on that point, sir, I don't think that stands up on the idea that the climate crisis overwhelms, if you like, or is the main consideration here, because there'll be no nature if there's a climate issue. I don't think that's what's coming from this policy. I think essentially what we're saying in this, and it's quite an interesting new position, is that both of these crises are important and have to be dealt with on an equal footing, essentially. It's fairly obvious that actually there are things that we can do on the nature crisis despite the climate crisis. In fact, there's an awful lot. And actually one of the reasons why this has been introduced and the international agreements have come forward in the last 9 months on biodiversity is precisely that actually we've paid so much attention to the climate crisis over the last decade or so that we are neglecting the nature crisis, and measures ought to be taken to address the nature crisis.
Mr. Bell, do you want to say anything about the tension or lack of between those two crises?
I think the government is clearly elevating both together in Policy 1, and I see the two as complementary insofar as I think the biggest issue is the climate crisis. We could refer to documentation that shows the link between increasing temperatures and species extinction and so on. I don't think that would be helpful to go into that in any great detail, but that is where the government is coming from, that there is a biodiversity crisis, and that can be partly mitigated by dealing with the climate crisis. So I don't see a tension there. I think where the tension does occur is where you may have a development coming forward that has an incompatibility between climate impacts and biodiversity impacts, and that's where it could tip the balance against a project. And the decision maker is being directed to apply weight and to examine a balance considering those matters in the policy.
Last quick point. Mr. Bell, I think, said the interpretation of tackling means decision makers should ensure an urgent and positive response to these issues and take positive action. I think that was that's my paraphrasing, but that's essentially what Mr. Bell said. Does anyone disagree that when it talks about tackling these crises, there's a degree of urgency and action required or expected? I'm looking for where it says tackling now. It's in there somewhere. Maybe Mr. Bell can help me, unless I imagined it. Yeah. And it's actually, sorry, I was looking at the policy, it's actually the title of the page, Sustainable Places, Tackling the Climate and Nature Crises. I knew I hadn't imagined it. I may be making more of it than there is, but I read from that your point, Mr. Bell, was that there's a degree of urgency in the word tackling, but perhaps I'm overstating it.
my view is it needs an urgent response from decision makers to recognise that that is a challenge that needs to be tackled, and it's the first policy in the document, and I think it's very clear from reading the front end of the document about sustainable place, which is the theme of this policy, as to the further detail around tackling the climate crisis and the nature crisis.
If anyone's got nothing more to say on policy 1, we'll go to policy 3, please, biodiversity, page 38 of the PDF. I'm particularly interested in part B of the policy. Development proposals for national or major development, or for development that requires an EIA, will only be supported where it can be demonstrated the proposal will conserve, restore and enhance biodiversity, including nature networks, so that they are in a demonstrably better state than without intervention. This will include future management, etc., etc. I think it was Dr. Ford actually who brought this point up. Mr. Kelly may also have. Again, this is I think Dr. Ford described it as a major new requirement. It's quite significant. You don't just need to mitigate the effects of your development. You actually need to leave it in a demonstrably better state. I'm assuming Mr. Bell believes that that is going to be the net effect, but I'd like to explain how you think that you will achieve that fairly strict requirement.
Thank you. Yes, this is another policy that's referenced in the Chief Planner's letter, so it would be helpful to refer to that as well. And I think there's an element of prematurity around it because the explanatory report that goes along with NPF4 and the Chief Planner's letter does tell us that there is no accepted methodology for calculating or measuring biodiversity enhancement yet, but research has been commissioned and is not yet issued. But it is a policy that has no transitional provision and came into force with NPF4, subject to those caveats, of course, that are in the Chief Planner's letter, which also states that there may be some proposals that would not give rise to opportunities to contribute to the enhancement of biodiversity, and it will be for the decision maker to take into account the policies in NPF4 as a whole, together with the material considerations in each case. So I think that is where the Chief Planner is really being realistic about the approach to be taken in the absence of any guidance from Nature Scot at the present time. Nevertheless, notwithstanding that position, I've set out in my topic paper, paragraph 2.9.8, that there are various actions that the applicant has committed to in the outline habitat management plan, which is within the EIA report at Appendix 6.3, and which could be secured by way of a planning condition. And that goes beyond mitigation. So there is restoration and enhancement of nearly 10 hectares of peatland. There is also proposals to enhance the habitat within the operational corridor of the overhead line alignment. And there are other initiatives in there, such as pine marten boxes, creating habitat for reptiles and amphibians, and actions in terms of American mink control, and so on. There's also the aspects of the woodland replanting, which have some degree of enhancement, which Mr. Thompson will expand on in due course. So these are some specific proposals which are intended to provide a more positive outcome than what is currently there, and would be enhancement. And in that regard, my view is that Policy 3 is satisfied. And in fact, considering the hesitancy on the policy that comes through in the Chief Planner letter, this is very positive proposals that, as I say, can be secured by way of condition. Thank you.
On that point, I think it was Mr. Kelly who says there's no guarantee that mitigation would leave the situation in a demonstrably better state. presumably that's not because you doubt that it could be controlled by a condition. It's some other doubts that you have.
No, it's not relating to the control by condition. It's whether you actually can show demonstrably better state from the habitat management plan. I don't want to say too much more beyond what's in the hearing statement, but I think this policy creates a difficulty and a challenge for decision makers. It is in NPF 4, despite what the Chief Planner says. It couldn't have come as a surprise to her, and you have to face up to it. And your colleague in Mailbui has just tried to face up to this, Ms. Cord. In the end, I think she ducked the decision. But I think this is one of the main challenges that face you, is based on the evidence that you have, can you recommend to ministers that 3B will be satisfied in terms of demonstrably better state? And I think that's the key word, and it's the key concern of the Council.
So if I can just make a textual observation there. The words which Mr. Kelly is placing particular reliance upon are prefaced by the words nature networks. So they, in other words, the nature networks, are in a demonstrably better state than without intervention. Because if you'll see in the explanatory text above the policy 3, under the heading local development plans, that references the facilitation and creation of nature networks. So the specific words that are being relied upon by Mr. Kelly relate, as I read the policy, to those nature networks. I don't take issue at all with what Mr. Bell's already had to say, but that's an observation I'd like to make, sir.
Sir, the words also preceded, will only be supported where it can be demonstrated that the proposal will conserve, restore and enhance biodiversity, including nature networks.
I understand there's two levels of demonstration. I think because there's an and, you need to demonstrate enhanced biodiversity, and there needs to be a demonstrably better state for your nature networks. I think I understand where you're both coming from. Okay. Dr. Ford, I know you raised the point. Did you want to add anything onto that policy?
Just briefly, sir, that Mr. Bell's referred to intentions, but as Mr. Kelly points out, it needs to be demonstrable. And I'm not personally convinced, you may be, others may be, that balance of positive effects has actually been demonstrated.
Did you want to come back, Mr. Bell?
I think what is proposed is set out in the EIA, and that's a conventional approach for dealing with projects, and the planning authority will be well experienced with other projects that are EIA development, and there will be planning conditions set to regulate the implementation of the development. So these have been drafted already with reference to the application documentation, and the further condition in relation to biodiversity will have monitoring aspects to whatever plan is prepared. So from a planning perspective, I would say the applicant has demonstrated what it needs to in terms of having some confidence that it can be implemented in line with the EIA and the commitments that are set out in it.
So it might be helpful to ask Jackie Taylor to come in at this point, because she can explain the context for efforts made by this applicant, this developer, which in some ways were very much ahead of the curve in relation to biodiversity enhancement, and in particular the aspiration to achieve biodiversity net gain, which is something that's explained to some extent in the environmental assessment report.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to add in at this point that SSEN Transmission has committed to biodiversity net gain, and what that effectively means is that we will leave the environment in a demonstrably better state than in that in which we found it. It's a commitment we have made, and that net gain commitment, as of just over a week ago, is applicable to all our projects moving forward. Prior to that, we actually implemented this policy initially in 2019, so we were ahead of the initial thinking in this. We developed our own biodiversity matrix, which we've been applying to projects. We worked using the DEFRA matrix and also worked with Nature Scott a little bit on that policy. Taking that forward, we initially stated that we would achieve no net loss on all our projects from 2020 onwards, and then net gain on projects from 2025 onwards. But as I said, as of just over a week ago, we made an announcement that basically states that we will now achieve that on all our projects going forward, which is 2 years in advance of our original commitment. So I think it's important to note that in terms of the Policy 3, that in itself commits us to the actions we've stated in our Environmental Impact Assessment report, plus additional enhancements. Thank you.
Do I have something in writing that confirms that? I was waiting for Mr. Campbell to pounce at this point and say, I'm not aware of this. I may just have missed. Do I have any? I appreciate this is kind of hot off the press, literally a week ago, but have I seen anything in writing before to this effect?
I don't believe we've submitted anything in writing to that announcement specifically, but what we do have is a commitment to BNG set out in our EIA report to the effect that we will have no net loss and net gained, as explained. Yep.
A report for this project that you're talking about.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Are you talking about in the EIA report for this project?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So whatever happened a week ago, was it not accompanied by a press release or a policy document, or I think you called it a matrix?
The information that we released just over a week ago was put up on our website during National Biodiversity Week.
Okay. I'll have a look. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we look at Policy 4, please? Natural Places, PDF page 40. There's a long list of requirements. I think it was Mr. Kelly was particularly interested in these. I think you said the council believes it fails on a number of the criteria. I wonder if we could kind of run through them and say how you come to that conclusion.
I wonder if I could save you that, sir. In writing the text about Policy 4, from the Council's perspective, I was very particularly concerned about the impacts on the area of panoramic quality. You've heard extensive evidence on the special features, special characteristics of the APQ. I don't really want to add anything further to the evidence you've already heard on the area of panoramic quality and the effects on that. And I leave you, in terms of Policy 4, I'm perfectly content to leave you to reach your conclusions based on that APQ evidence.
Thank you. So I can take it that you're really only querying criterion D, and that either this is a significant adverse effects, either there aren't any, or if there are some, they're not outweighed. You're not taking any other points?
No, sir. That is correct.
Thank you. It's very helpful. Dr. Ford, did you want to say anything about Policy 4?
Just very briefly, sir, and that is in relation to 4B. The proposal runs along the edge of, or I don't want to be too pernickety about his exact position, but it's obviously very close to or involved with the special protected area. And some of the information that I've heard about actually in the last few weeks is that things like eagles don't just follow boundaries, and that their activities spread beyond that. So there is a kind of interest and some attention needs to be paid to that.
Mr. Bell?
So with respect, applicant's been very patient with Dr. Ford's expressing his views at length on various issues, many of which were not in dispute. And here he's wading into an ontological issue, it would seem, without any expertise or justification for the suggestion. I think probably Peter Bruce is the correct person to respond as to whether there was ever any identified need to carry out the assessment that's referred to in that policy.
I'm aware of Nature Scott's advice as to whether appropriate assessment was required. I mean, maybe for the benefit of Dr. Ford, if you want to say what their outcome or their conclusions were or their advice was.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Well, as you state, Nature Scott has provided its advice, which was that there was no requirement for appropriate assessment. The EIA report itself sets out a detailed study of ornithological receptors, and through that assessment identified there was essentially that there was no likelihood of adverse effects on the integrity of the special protection area. So I think that's as much as we need to say on that point.
We may even come to this tomorrow, talking about alternative routes and avoidance or not avoidance of the SPA, SAC, etc. But for now, I think that's all I want to deal with. Thank you.
It may crop up in the community session as well.
I hadn't included it on my list of policies, not because I think it's irrelevant, but just because I thought I knew as much as I need to know. But policy 5, soils, peat-rich soils, etc. in particular, I thought, as I think both Mr. Kelly and Dr. Ford had mentioned it, if you wanted to pick out anything, I think you, Mr. Kelly, you said it wasn't really a critical concern for you.
I'd re-emphasise that, sir. I've no wish to add anything to it or have a detailed debate on it. It's not a key determining issue from the Council's perspective.
We'll move on to policy 6, where I think people will have something to say. We mentioned it earlier. Forestry and woodland, page 44 on the PDF. And 6B1. No, not 6B1. That's fine, on the wrong policy. Yes, it is 6B1. Development proposals will not be supported where they will result in any loss of ancient woodlands, ancient or veteran trees, or adverse impact on their ecological condition. Obviously very strictly worded. We'll start with Mr. Kelly. Tell me about this policy.
It's surprisingly strictly worded, with no caveats or gradations or anything. It just will not be supported. Now, the applicant has undertaken further survey and assessment work and reduced the amount of woodland to be affected and expresses that in area terms, percentage terms. But to help you understand the Council's concern, and perhaps so that the community can understand it, I looked at this in a different way. So the latest assessment is that roughly 7.6 hectares of this type of woodland would be removed, adversely affected. That equates to about 18 acres. If you think of this in terms of a standard size adult football field, which is about 100 yards by 70 yards, then the area of ancient woodland that's going to be lost is 12 football pitches. That is quite an extensive area. And in taking the policy, I know we have to always bear in mind we need to read the document as a whole, etc. But taking the policy at its face value and with its blunt wording, the development cannot be supported in terms of this policy.
Anything to add to that? No.
I couldn't put it better myself.
Over to this side of the room.
So just before Mr. Bell responds, it's something I noticed earlier in Mr. Kelly's statements in relation to policy 1, where he seemed to draw a distinction between his representative capacity, because he was acting for the council and was giving evidence in that respect, as distinct from his own professional opinion. Now, in his topic paper or reports or hearings statement, he does address a number of MPF policies, but I don't think he addresses policy 6. And I think I'm also right in saying that it doesn't relate expressly, at least, to the reasons for objection. So therefore, I'm just wondering on what basis he is giving evidence about policy 6. And indeed, that applies more generally to his evidence throughout this afternoon's proceedings.
Did the council not raise tree loss, ancient woodland?
I think they did, sir, and it's also, in terms of my evidence, it's paragraph 37 of the revision 2 of the hearing statement. You will recall, sir, you asked that I should take out some paragraphs on Ofgem. these paragraphs. So it's paragraph 37 in my hearing statement. So it was raised in advance.
I'm asking the question, what was in the Council's reason for objection, because I actually can't remember. Apart from APQ, clearly, with specific reference to Duncan Ban, I don't know if trees were raised as a particular concern. I'm looking at Mr. Bell, because I suspect he will have it to hand. I mean, it's clearly a matter I need to take into account, as Mr. Bell accepts. It's an important policy, but just so we're straight.
My position, because I can't find the reference straight away. In terms of the application of this policy, I deal with this in my topic paper on page 23. So what I'm going to do is just give you some key points, and then Mr. Thompson is going to come in to provide some further detail on what the impact is and the mitigation approach that has been followed. So in terms of the impact, I've put in the figure of 7.59 hectares of woodland, and also set out that the design and routing approach overall has sought to minimise impact on woodland when you're dealing with an alignment that's going from two fixed points. In terms of the conflict with policy, it is accepted, and indeed that was noted in the planning statement, and it's set out in my paragraph 2.12.7. However, mitigation by design has been applied, and there are other actions that can be taken to minimise woodland impacts. The last point I would make in terms of the conflict there, we saw that in the Chief Planner's letter, where there's specific recognition that there will be some conflict between policies. That is inevitable, but that takes one back to the approach to dealing with a development plan assessment and looking at the most relevant policies and striking the balance overall in relation to the benefits of a development. And what I would say also is we know from Policy 11, that is the lead policy, that it requires the impacts, including those on woodland, so it captures it within Policy 11, to be considered in line with the contribution of the particular development, and we've been over that earlier. So if I can call hold there and just ask Mr. Thompson to add some further detail. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of the survey that I carried out, the main reason for carrying that out was to try and in terms of the survey that was carried out by myself, it was really to try and differentiate between native woodland and ancient woodland, which I didn't feel had been properly clarified within the EIA. The result of the survey showed that within the native woodland area, there was 7.59 hectares of ancient woodland. Within that 7.59 hectares, there was also, that included 1.46 hectares, which is classified as plantation on ancient woodland site. So it's not native woodland, but it's an ancient woodland site that has been permanently wooded since 1860, but has now got non-native conifers on it. And accepting that there is an impact on ancient woodland, the applicant is committed to a number of mitigation measures to help offset these impacts. And these are all detailed in the outline habitat management plan, the native woodland management strategy, and the woodland planting management strategy, forming appendices of the EIA report. Specifically, the mitigation measures proposed are off-site compensatory planting of 18.17 hectares of native woodland to replace the 11.07 hectares of native woodland lost. That 11.07 hectares includes the area of ancient woodland as well. This is in addition to the compensatory planting of the full area of conifers that will also be felled. During the construction, or prior to the construction phase, we'll be looking, the applicant is committed to carrying out surveys of all the ancient and native woodland sites to see where trees and woodland cover can be retained. Specifically, the surveys will look, or the tree retention will be achieved by looking at minor rerouting through micrositing of towers to help avoid areas of native woodland, and utilising areas of open ground within the native woodland areas. Full review of the working methods to try and minimise the width of the construction corridor. For example, this will be through ground deployed bond pooling rather than helicopter bond pooling. Crown reduction and pruning of trees to minimise the risk of snagging a helicopter bond. Where trees are present in gullies and the gullies can be oversailed, then consideration will be given to the opportunities for tree retention or crown reduction. The applicant will also be looking to seek landowner permission to plant riparian woodland corridors focusing on the Tito Water, Altfearna and Clarick River, and these would look to build on existing native woodland areas where possible. Therefore, whilst there will be some conflict with Policy 6B, there are mitigation measures that can be applied to try and minimise these impacts.
I was frantically trying to find the Council's grounds for objection, failing miserably, but unless you want to stop now and try and find them, regardless of whether trees were an issue for the Council, obviously they're an issue for me, but if you specifically want to clarify now.
It's only my recollection. I'm happy to be corrected, but as I understand, my recollection is that the specific issue related to trees was not one of the original reasons for objection, but when the Council took the application back to committee post NPF4 adoption, I think that it was mention of trees in the Council's deliberation, but essentially the grounds of objection were restated. But as a matter of whether it forms part of the Council's case or not, it's fundamentally for the Council to confirm or deny. My observation really related to the capacity in which Mr Kelly is appearing. And in fairness to him, I think he should clarify in what respect he is giving evidence. Is it as an advocate or a representative of his client, or is it his independent objective assessment, or is it a bit of both?
Mr Kelly?
I appear as an expert witness, but my opinions that I express have to fit within the Council's determination of the application. I'm not in the position that you are, sir, of reviewing the whole case de novo. No? In relation to the Council's position, obviously the affected trees were in the area of panoramic quality, and I believe, sir, that I can't find the actual document reference, but I believe you've been given a transcript of the Council meeting, and if you look at that, you will see that the effects on trees were discussed during the Council meeting, even if they didn't find an explicit reference in the final wording of the objection.
Yes.
Said the source of the objection in my documentation is page 5, where I record the objection from the Council set out in the letter to the Consent Unit CD 01.018, and it's solely to do with the adverse landscape and visual impact. Last thing I would say, just following on from Mr Thompson, with that detail, I think when that is understood in terms of what the applicant is committed to, I think the policy intent to protect forests and expand so there's no net loss of forestry and there's those mitigation measures, my view would be that the policy intent is met with that. But as I say, fully accepting that there is some tension with the aspect of ancient woodland impact.
Would you go so far as to say on a literal interpretation of the policy you are contrary to it, because there is some loss of...
With that aspect, but as we know, one needs to read the policy as a whole, and then NPF4 as a whole, yes.
Okay. Dr Ford.
I don't wish to intrude on the issues between the applicant and the Council, but in terms of the position, just to take you to my hearing statement 1.14, I clearly raised the issue of forestry and policy 6. So as far as I'm concerned, from the objector's side, this policy is engaged.
Really, and even if nobody rejected, I would be interested in it, certainly. Policy 7, now this is a matter I'm fairly confident because we talked about it at the pre-examination meeting, and Mr O'Callaghan agreed that the Council isn't taking any historic asset points. We talked about the Duncan Ban Monument, which is a historic asset, and it's a listed building, but the council's objections in that regard specifically were as a feature in the landscape and as a visual receptor, and it's confirmed that it's not a policy 7 point.
That's correct.
So I'm not expecting Mr. Kelly to say anything. Indeed, you haven't said anything, but Dr. Ford, you did, I think, raise this as an objection, concerns about effects on the historic assets. Do you want to say something about that?
I'm going to defer, sir, to the community session, because that's where the concern was. I have been there, I've seen it, and I can see that there's some legitimacy to it. But in terms of the detail, I think it's best left to the community session.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
In the NMP list, I think it's 11 or 12. Mr. Anderson is one of the evening session witnesses. Yes. Has written it up.
I read that, yes. Yeah, I read that. Policy 11, clearly an important policy. Energy, page 53 of the PDF. I know the Council's raised some concerns about compliance or not with this policy. Before we go into those specific points, policy intent to encourage, promote and facilitate all forms of renewable energy development onshore and offshore. This includes energy generation, storage, new and replacement transmission and distribution infrastructure and emerging low carbon, etc., etc. So, I mean, I don't think anyone's questioning that there's strong policy support in principle or potentially subject to compliance with the criteria, which we'll come on to. But again, the Scottish Government expressing strong support to the principle of transmission infrastructure to support onshore wind or onshore renewable energy development. Nobody disagrees with that. Okay, so coming to the actual points, probably easiest, Mr. Kelly, if you explain to me why you think it's a problem with Policy 11 or compliance.
The approach to Policy 11 combines significant policy support with caveats based around project design and mitigation. And the test is basically, as we've had in Electricity Act applications before, has project design and mitigation been sufficient to make the adverse effects acceptable in the balance. I don't want to take up like an hour going over all the evidence, but what I've done, sir, is the approach here is to try and holistically look at the evidence in front of us all and come to a view on which parts of these caveats I felt relevant, and I reached those conclusions. And the Council's position is that I ask you to do the same, to take all of the evidence you've been presented with and consider whether design and mitigation is adequate in relation to each of these criteria, such that the adverse effects are overcome in the planning balance. You have all that evidence, sir. I wouldn't intend to take time going over it all again, point by point. It is a balancing exercise, and the Council does accept that the approach is one of looking at, in effect, has sufficient mitigation been delivered, and in relation to the points set out in my hearing statement, the position of the Council is that insufficient mitigation has been delivered.
Okay, it's fair to say you've identified question marks over the full range of the policy from A to F, and you're asking me to consider that question in respect of all of those impacts: communities, landscape visual, impacts on traffic, biodiversity, trees, woodlands, forests, cumulative impacts.
That's correct, sir. I asked that you consider them all. In my hearing statement, I've identified the ones where I think there is insufficient mitigation.
Dr. Ford? I'm saying Dr. Ford, I'm extending that to Ms. Anderson as well, if you wanted to add anything in. I'm sort of, when I say Dr. Ford, I'm meaning NNP stroke Ms. Anderson. I know Mr. Campbell will put me right. If Ms. Anderson wants to come in, just let me know.
I've nothing to add to what Mr. Kelly said, sir. There's obviously an issue between us and Mr. Bell in terms of the last sentence in Policy 11E about what really constitutes grid infrastructure. We're reading grid infrastructure as including this proposal, and that relates to the need for consideration of undergrounding. Mr. Bell is reading it the other way, but maybe that's something you want to discuss under the alternative session.
Are you reading it the other way, or are you saying you have given consideration to undergrounding?
There's 2 points there. I think that a reading of that could well be that undergrounding follows straight on from the connections point in the paragraph, and I think that is very fair. But there are certain situations where undergrounding is considered, but not engaged in this case.
Did you want to say anything apart from that you comply with Policy 11?
Yes. I think in terms of Mr. Kelly's point, the question, I think the way he put it was, is mitigation sufficient? He did say, to be fair, there's a balancing exercise to be done, but I would take that a little bit further and say that balancing exercise is set out in the penultimate paragraph of Section E, where it says, in considering the impact, significant weight will be placed on the contribution of the proposal. So I hesitate to use the word tilted, but there's clearly a reference to the decision maker that in striking that balance, it won't just be limited or moderate weight, it will be significant weight to the contribution. And there needs to be an understanding of what that contribution is. And we also know that there will be significant weight in terms of policy 1. So that would be the key observation I would make on that.
It's a second instance of instructing as to the weight to be given, and it's a slightly different. Perhaps it's a more easy to understand. Looking at Mr. Kelly, Policy 1, which what you were telling us about, it's how vague it is, addressing a crisis, the climate crisis, and how hard it is to quantify that. This is instructing us to give significant weight to something perhaps is more quantifiable, what contribution it would make to renewable energy generation targets, greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets. It's not really quite as vague, is that right?
No, it's more precise. And from the earlier answer given, you have that contribution. It's Blairgower and Tangy. And Tangy is already there. So Tangy 4 is just a small addition to what's there. Blairgower is consented but not built, and they are looking. Blairgower, I don't think Blairgower is built, and they're applying for a variation. So that's the contribution, and that's the contribution to be weighed in the balance.
So that is disputed. There's been evidence before the inquiry on the statutory and licence obligations on the applicant and the contracted capacity that could be delivered by the project. So it's not simply the consented development that is the evidence before the inquiry.
But we don't know what the outcome of any applications for consent for those other contracted schemes will be. They might all be refused. We don't know yet.
They may be, but some of them have not. Certainly, Narrachan, for example, was not objected to by the council. So, if one was to speculate about refusals or approvals, then that's another factor in the mix.
The next policy I had was Policy 14, raised by Mr. Kelly, although again I think he said it was not a key policy. Design quality and place, PDF paragraph, page 59. Given what you've said, Mr. Kelly, I don't know if you want to say any more about that.
Bearing in mind the time, sir, and the other agenda items, can I just maybe skip through these other policies? Policy 8, and then Mr. Bell or Dr. Ford can reply. Policy 18, policy 14, I'm not saying is a key determining issue. Policy 18, infrastructure first, really was a cross-reference to the position of no more pylons, and I think you've heard plenty of evidence today on that aspect. Policy 25, again, is just a reflection in terms of community wealth building. Could more have been done? You see the strength of local opposition to the scheme, and policy 29 falls on a similar theme. Apart from the no more pylons evidence on policy 18, I would not see, even though these are concerns to the Council, I would not see these as being major determining issues in your recommendation to Ministers, sir.
Thank you, that's helpful. Shall we group all these together? 11, 14, 18, 25, 29, if that's possible. Do you want to say anything about these?
Sorry, I'll start again. I'm happy to group them together, sir. But in terms of policy 14, I do think appropriate consideration needs to be given to the proximity of the proposal to dwellings and the local inhabitants.
In respect of all of the considerations, or just some of them? There are 6 qualities of successful places. Is it all of them that you think I need to have regard to?
I'm going to defer to the evening session, sir, because that's where it's going to crop up.
Okay. I suppose my question is, in my experience, some of these generic policies, or policies that are applicable to all forms of development, to what extent is it reasonable to apply them to a proposal of this type, given what we've heard in various other documents about this, and indeed in this document itself, the advice that certain types of renewable energy related stuff are going to have significant effects, and if they're localized, you may have to put up with them, whatever localized means, or if they've been adequately mitigated, you may have to put up with them. I'm just wondering whether that you accept that this policy applies to everything, but may need to be read in the context of that specific guidance. Do you think that's reasonable?
One thing I'd point out to you, sir, is that there are effects, yes. Of course, there are existing effects of pylons in this vicinity. You really can't miss it when you walk out of the door of this hall, sir. So, and obviously the inhabitants in the village have got some of the most elegant pylons I've seen anywhere within any settlement. Sorry, there's a touch of sarcasm in that.
Mr. Bell?
Thank you. Yes, just in terms of Mr. Kelly's position, I would agree with him that these are not key policies. It was a fair summary. And in terms of policy 14 and the matter of residential visual amenity, it's already a matter and the reference to communities in policy 11. And when we look at policy 14, it refers to the qualities of successful places. These are in Annex D of NPF 4, and they relate to prioritisation of women's safety, having natural and built spaces that are attractive, connected networks, architectural styles, living and playing value of buildings, and so on. So I would say it's very limited relevance, but the topic is already, as I say, picked up in policy 11.
I think we can move on to the local development plan. My question really was just going back to the question about incompatibility. With the introduction of NPF 4 now as part of the development plan, if policies in an earlier document are incompatible with what is said in NPF 4, then greater weight will be given to NPF 4. Effectively, NPF 4 will prevail. And I think Mr. Bell identified LDP 3E, which is on page 33 of the PDF of CD 7.1, which is the local development plan, and also SG LDP ENV 13. This is to do with, I think, the absence of a sort of balancing provision. There's a presumption against things that will harm a resource of local importance, the area of panoramic quality. I think it says try and avoid harming the area of panoramic quality, and I think I'm right in saying, unlike NPF policy 4D, which you've already talked about, which says unless you can show that you've got benefits of at least local importance, I think that was Mr. Bell's point. They're inconsistent to the extent that they're incompatible, I think is what you're saying. Therefore, 4D should prevail.
Yes, I mean, this is one of the policies that's referenced in the Council's reasons for objection, which, as I understand it, relates to the APQ in part. And when one looks at policy LDP3, it says the proposal will not be supported when it does not protect, conserve, or where possible enhance biodiversity, geodiversity, soils, peat, woodland, green networks, wildland. In addition, it states development will not be supported where development does not protect, conserve, where possible, enhance the established character. Now, where possible is perhaps some flexibility in the policy, depending on what the development is, but there is a supplementary guidance policy that deals with the APQ, which is a different approach, which does have a balancing mechanism. I know that's the other policy referenced on the agenda, but I identified that that would be policy LDP3 would conflict with NPF4 policy 11 and could also conflict with policy 4 in terms of the approach to the APQ. So if that is a conflict and accepted as such, then that would meet the test that the Chief Planner sets out in the letter, and therefore, in line with Section 24 of the 97 Act, the NPF4 should prevail. But in terms of the APQ, the supplementary guidance policy, which I referenced on my page 30, does say that where there will be a significant adverse impact on the character of the landscape, unless it could be demonstrated that this is outweighed by social, economic or environmental benefits of community-wide importance. So if that test isn't met, then development would be resisted. But here the benefits would be of national importance, so they would outweigh any adverse impact that would be significant.
So the supplementary guidance policy isn't incompatible, I think you're saying, because it has that. It's fairly consistent with the MPF in that regard. It has this requirement to outweigh, and the community level is presumably akin to, I think it's local level, it says in MPF. Yes. Does anyone want to say anything about that point about incompatibility, or the point about whether this would deliver community level or local level benefits?
Rather than getting tied up in the details of whether there's a degree or absolute incompatibility or not, the approach taken to the evidence for this inquiry is that NPF 4 has only recently been adopted in February, and therefore the focus should be on NPF 4. And in your assessment and recommendations to ministers, the expectation from the Council is that your focus will be NPF 4 rather than going back to the policies. In saying that, we bear in mind the date of the policy, 2015, but we are also aware that the Council's new local development plan has now been returned to it by the DPA and will shortly be taken forward for adoption, and that will move the policy framework for the Council for future decisions forward. But for this decision, this recommendation, the expectation is that you focus on NPF 4.
I have, I'm trying to be cheeky now, I have a draft. I think I have the plan as the emerging plan, which has now been through its examination process. I'm just trying to work out, thinking ahead in terms of timescales as to when ministers might actually be determining this, and whether it's possible to avoid a round of further written submissions to see whether anything has changed materially. I don't know if you're able, off the top of your head, I mean, very, very cheeky here, whether you can say, oh, we don't need to worry about that, or am I likely to have to come back to you and say, has anything changed?
given the normal timescales for writing up these decisions, or certainly taking from Section 36, as I understand it, the Council are likely to look to adopt the new local plan in fairly early course. So I suspect you might have to come back and ask for a round of updating comments. Just apart from anything else, sir, as you know from our case, it's always safest to do so.
Dr. Ford, did you want to say anything? No. Anything more on that? Nope. Okay. Argyll and Bute Renewable Energy Action Plan, I put that to Mr. Kelly earlier. It struck me as quite a positive, supportive position for a council to take in respect of exploiting the assets it has, if that's the right word, for renewable energy. Nothing in there, I think, that casts doubt on the future of onshore renewable energy or anything to support it.
There's nothing. The document sets out a series of aspirations in relation to planning decisions, in relation to projects, in relation to cooperation with renewable energy, in relation to community benefits, and in relation to partnerships. My reading is that there's no suggestion in the document that the Council takes any, in principle, negative view of either onshore wind farms or the associated infrastructure. They will look to make decisions on a project-by-project basis as they come. But in principle, there is no opposition.
I would say it goes a bit further than that. It is actually one that's supportive of the deployment of infrastructure to maximise the potential of the Council's resource, which is recognised. So I would add that. Thank you.
Any other relevant matters? I will start with Mr. Kelly. Anything else we've missed?
No, sir, nothing.
Mr. Campbell, your table?
I don't think so, thank you.
The applicant's side, anything we haven't?
No, sir. Just very briefly, though, yesterday there was some discussion about the height of the towers that are near the post office, and Mr. Stewart, who will be hearing from tomorrow in the alternative session, he is in a position to update and our position.
Thank you. So just to confirm that the towers outside are approximately 38 metres and 41 metres in height, but we'd also like to clarify that the height of the... But we'd also like to clarify that the height of the line overall ranges from circa 35 metres to 62 metres as it works its way through from Dalmally through to its connecting point at Windy Hill. Apologies. So the towers outside are approximately 38 metres and 41 metres in height. However, the overall height of the towers ranges from circa 35 metres up to 62 metres as it works its way through to between its connection points.
That was actually really helpful, thank you. Okay, that's it for policy. Thank you very much. We'll be back 10 o'clock tomorrow to consider alternatives. Thank you.